Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. Members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby, Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry. And his brother George Wright. The father of baseball. Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning. Ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. Gloves in center. Is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash. Getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf. We've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 3-5-5. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Negro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVP again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols. 107 WAR. S is for Smoltz. The big three in the hall. When the game's on on the line. On the line. You give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021. The entire night shift. U is for Chavez. But we say Uncle Jesse. The frames. The release. Kept the batters guessing. V is Van Wieren. Skip carry two. Don Ernie Joe. The tails from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery. There's no better feel. Z is for zip, boom, bam, rama, ding dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS. A family, a tradition. Braves country's the best. Line up for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024.
You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party.
Casey at the bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat. For there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air. And Casey stood watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves' pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today.
You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon, Braves Country. Apologize for the echo, and I appreciate who was that let me know? Amanda. Yeah, I apologize. So our application that we use, they've done this whole new update, and long story short, When we start doing the play-by-play, I have to have it on one setting. When we're doing the pregame videos, I have to have it on a different setting. And I thought I clicked it, and it did not keep. So I appreciate Amanda for reaching out and letting us know, because I have no idea. I usually try to put a second device on so I can hear it, but it slipped my mind because, like I said, this last year we didn't have this issue. This year it is what it is. All right. So let's go ahead and dive into Braves country today. Braves country night, a little different. We're going to switch it up a little bit. And the reason is I have a debate going on with the powers that be on which would be the better way to do it. I'm not going to say which way that they believe, which way I believe, but hey, you know what? I'll go ahead and say it. I think it should all be one stream. And then if we want to edit it, we can edit it, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we're going to go with today. So the pregame show, the game, and the postgame show will all be on this stream. And if we see that the numbers are better, then that'll be it going forward. If they're about the same, then obviously we'll go to the separate ones because it's less work for them. All right. So with that being said, let's get into it. First of all, have y'all been paying attention to the Brewers game? So yesterday there was an incident at the Brewers Mets series. There was an incident with the Mets and Brewers where Rhys Hoskins came across the bag, and it was a legal slide, but he did, I will say this, for opening day, it was an aggressive slide, and he did go over the bag, but he did hold on. He did not leave. He never lost contact with the bag, but it was a hard slide. Now, remember, this is Rhys Hoskins, the same Rhys Hoskins who hasn't played since 2022 because he broke his leg in spring training last year. So this is also the Rhys Hoskins that's coming from the Philadelphia Phillies. So I don't follow the Phillies and the Mets enough to know what the backstory is, but you got to figure there's previous beef. And Jeff McNeil took exception to it, and Jeff McNeil got in his face, and literally this is what Rhys Hoskins did. He did the crying thing, like wah, wah, cry baby. All right, so fast forward to today. Reliever came in. The Mets are down 6-2 in the seventh. So, a good chance to, get some payback. He buzzed his tower, and it was behind his head and probably 2 feet behind, a foot and a half behind his head. And he didn't budge. The ball went behind him. And then there was another benches clearing argument. So I'm trying to keep an eye on what actually what came of all that, but that's what's going on in New York. I mean, we're 2 days into the season. The Mets are already frustrated, and they are not. I think they're gonna be in for a long season, and I don't think they're guys who sign long-term deals like Brandon Nimmo, guys who re-upped like Jeff McNeil last year. I don't think a lot of them are going to be too happy. And you're going to see, I think they're going to be one of the feistier teams early on. And by the time we get to midsummer, late summer, they will have packed it in. It'll be interesting to see how many they trade away. But there you go. Brewers lead the Mets 6-2, and we'll hit the rest of the scoreboard here in a second. So other things going on in the world of the Atlanta Braves. If you missed it, Sean Murphy has gone on the IL. He went on the IL this morning. Now, it's being said as a 10-day IL. I'm telling you right now, that's not going to be the case. It's going to be much longer. What has changed in Major League Baseball this year is that you can designate hitters, non-pitchers, for the 10-day IL, but if it is a pitcher, that pitcher has to go on the 15-day IL. And the reason why they've done that is because they want teams to quit manipulating rosters. And hey, let's be honest, the Braves have done it, where you put a guy on the 10-day IL and bring him back in 2 weeks or week and a half and have him do another spot start again. So they're trying to prevent that, but they didn't want the hitters to be marked against. So, and the way they'll sell it to the public is we are looking out for the players and the pitchers' health, and so we want them to have extra rest. But we know what the real reason is. The real reason is because they got tired of the manipulation. And look, fair enough. I mean, teams that took advantage of that, And it wasn't just Atlanta. It was a lot of teams that took advantage of that. I watched a lot of it over the last few years. They're basically, got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and that'll be it. There is a tarp on the field in Philadelphia, but from my understanding, we're going to get started at around the same time. I'm going to double check that, but the rain's not expected. It's very light rain that's expected around the 5 o'clock area. So if this game ends up getting delayed by a few hours, I've got a very close friend whose birthday it is today, and I've got to be there, and that's just all there is to it. But I'm hoping that we get this game in. I think Philadelphia might be playing games because remember, it's always up to the home team. I think they may be playing games because if they decide that they want to wait till 6, 7 o'clock tonight to start the game, it may be because they want to make sure Aaron Nola can go the full distance. I don't see where it's that big of an advantage because Max Fried is going to be on the Braves side, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see what ends up with that. And, but I do notice that they do have the tarp on the field right now, but they could just be precautionary as we are a little ways away. With that being said, the Braves are going to come into today with Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. And Travis d'Arnaud is going to actually be batting 8th, not 7th like Murphy was, because Orlando Arcia has been bumped up in the lineup. The main reason he's been bumped up in the lineup, you haven't paid attention to the spring. Orlando Arcia has been on fire. And so, you're talking about a deal where they're going to ride the hot hand. I don't hate it. Travis d'Arnaud hasn't got a ton of base hits in the spring, so I don't really hate it. And the fact is, you get the hotter bat up there. And Travis d'Arnaud is going to be the starting catcher today, but Chadwick Tromp has been recalled, and so we'll probably see Chadwick Tromp a few times over the next week. And like I said, the 10-day IL, I'm not buying it. I think it's going to be much, much later than that. Once again, I do want to reiterate, and this is from a few of the Braves beat writers that are at the location. They put the tarp down as basically just in case, but they're expected to still start the game at 4:05. If it starts later than that, we're going to adjust. I'm going to try to bring you as much as I can. But there you have that. Okay. Like I said, I just looked at the radar like 20 minutes ago. It's supposed to be somewhat clear until about 5 o'clock, and then there's the smallest strand that's going to come across the field for about 20 minutes, and it doesn't look like it's enough to actually stop the game. The majority of the heavy rain is much farther north of Philadelphia and the stadium. So hopefully we get a full game and we don't have to play any of that nonsense. Other things going on with the Braves. So we've got Chadwick Tromp coming up. I think he'll probably start tomorrow. I'm going to be honest with you, because with the game being where it is, there's a good chance that he starts tomorrow because it's a 1:35 game. This game will end around 7, and they don't typically like to have, especially the older catchers like Travis d'Arnaud. This isn't just the Braves. This is everybody. They don't typically like to have their catchers do evening games and then follow that up with a day game. Now, this isn't like a traditional night game where you're starting at 7 o'clock and not getting done until 10:30. And it's a quick turnaround. But still, I think there's a very good chance that we see Chadwick Tromp. And I don't think you lose a whole lot. He's solid behind the plate, and he can get on a heater. He's a solid batter. I was surprised when they released him and then re-signed him later in the offseason. I was surprised that more teams didn't come for him. But that shows you how many teams are really starting to develop catchers out there. And it used to be a commodity, a rare commodity in Major League Baseball, where if you had a catcher that could contribute in the batter's box, they were almost like unicorns. But nowadays, I can just tell you this from playing fantasy baseball, they're all over the place. And what used to be, I'll give you an example. If you're a football fan, you play fantasy football, and you think about the way the tight end used to be drafted, where you only had a couple of them, and now there's a few more, but it's not, nowhere near. Baseball, the catcher was essentially the tight end, but now just imagine a ton of not quite Travis Kelce types, but tight ends that could produce. Well, that's what we're getting Major League Baseball at the catchers, is we're getting guys that can hit. I mean, you look at the Mets, Francisco Alvarez, and he's DHing a lot, but he's a solid catcher behind the plate, and they're expecting him to be a 25 home run guy. You look at JT Realmuto of the Phillies, and then, of course, you look at the Braves tandem. And honestly, for the 3-man rotation, including Chadwick Tromp, I don't think there's a better group in all of Major League Baseball. And the only thing that's going to derail this Atlanta Braves team are going to be devastating injuries. We got the bad one on opening day with the they're calling oblique tightness. Those typically tend to be 4 to 6 weeks. Best case scenario, 3 to 4 weeks. Now they're putting him on the 10-day. I don't think there's any way in the world he's back. That would put him back in a uniform at about April 10th. I seriously doubt that. You're basically aiming for the end of the Atlanta Mets series that's in Atlanta, that'll follow up. So for the next few series, we're in Chicago to play the White Sox Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We get the day off, and then we come home for opening day in Atlanta, where we're going to host the NL champs, Arizona Diamondbacks. And then the Mets are coming in for 4 that following week, Monday through Thursday. The Thursday is a day game. In a perfect world, Sean Murphy would be back that following weekend. But I seriously doubt that that's actually going to be the case. As far as the Phillies lineup, I see Robert asking about it. It is almost exactly the same. They're facing a lefty today. So the biggest difference is so 1 through 5 is still the same. The biggest difference is Castellanos and Stott flip-flopped in the lineup. So Castellanos, the right-handed bat, is going to face Fried earlier. Stott, I was actually surprised. They've really liked the development of Stott. And he's sitting in the 7th. Last year, he tended to be against lefties in the 8th, sometimes even in the 9th, depending who was playing in the outfield. But Whit Merrifield will get the start in left field. But Robert, once again, we always go over the lineups just before first pitch. So, as we used to say, take a chill pill. But that's the big difference between the lineup from yesterday and today. The only difference between the Braves lineup from today and yesterday is the bottom 3. It's Arcia, Darnode, and Kelenic. And I would say tomorrow we'll probably get a start from Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall will most likely face the left-hander. Ranger Suarez is due up on the mound. We didn't get a chance to get into birthdays and turn back times yesterday. So we're going to catch it up in the broadcast today. We're going to do a double dip of them. But we do want to give a special happy birthday yesterday to Matt Olson and to Chris Sale today. So how about that? I do want to play this quick clip for you that we've got of Matt Olson before we have to get ready for first pitch. This is Matt Olson after the game.
Matt Olson, you had 3 hits, 3 doubles, 3 RBI. That sounds about right. You're the first Brave since at least 1901 to have 3 extra base hits on your birthday. So where does this birthday rank for you all time?
30 is a special one. You officially old man, but glad we got a win. It was a tough game. Wheeler came out, had good stuff, and we were able to grind it out and then blow it open there.
Yeah, that 8th inning, 7 runs for you guys. There were some big hits, including your double but also some patience at the plate. Does that come a little more natural to this team because of how much talent you have in the lineup behind you?
Yeah, you got to make them come to you. I think it says a lot when you have the trust in the guys behind you, which is what we're doing, grinding at bats, getting the next guy, and you got full faith that guy's going to get the job done.
And then the bullpen, I mean, some new additions this year, some guys who are healthy, they locked it down. How good can that group be this year?
Can be one of the best, that's for sure. Aaron Bummer is coming out and throwing a 9-2 ball game in the 9th inning, and that's a hell of a pitcher. So we got a lot of guys down there that we trust, and yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Appreciate it.
So that was Matt Olson after the game, and typically we're going to bring you a lot of those interviews after the ball game. We had one for Snicker, but it was so long and the audio was terrible on it. They jacked it up. I think it was just where the guy had the recorder sitting. But anyways, Snicker, all he really went over is what we just went over, and that's the fact that Sean Murphy going to the IL. In case you're just joining us, he'll be on 10-day IL. Chadwick Tromp's coming up. All right, we're going to step aside real quick. First pitch, all that stuff is on the way. And once again, if you're just joining us, the postgame show will be here, assuming this game is somewhat in a tidy fashion. I do have to be out of here, worst case scenario, by about 7:30 tonight. So hopefully we get a fairly quick game and we can do all that stuff, because I have prior commitment to a good friend, and I got to jam out of here at 7:30. All right, we will be back in a flash. Keep it locked in, pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves coming your way. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, please. And hey, become a Braves Country Club member today.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it. The fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right, down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. A hanger, and she's gone, baby.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country. If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
We have just learned that the game is going to be in a short delay. Doesn't look like it's going to be a long delay because Aaron Nola has already come out to start his warm-ups, and I'm going off of the Philadelphia beat writer who's covering the game. His exact quote was, Aaron Nola just came out to begin his pregame routine, so you're looking at about 4:30. So that's what we're looking at for the restart. We're going to play a Once Upon a Pastime for you. While we wait, we are going to play one of the more fun ones, Once Upon a Pastime, the Bobby Cox era Braves. And we'll join you as soon as we know the exact time of first pitch. We'll put it in the chat. Braves fans, let's get into it. Get it. Let's get it. We're going to do something a little different today. Part of our Once Upon a Pastime series, as we will be doing this from time to time, and thought this would be a good opportunity today to do it. So let's go ahead and get into it. This is what I would like to call the greatest players that we never talk about. And it basically goes back to, now, the plan is to do a few of these, and one of them I want to do in the near future. I want to talk about the Negro Leagues. I want to talk about other eras of baseball. But essentially today what I'm going to get into are the pioneers of the game, and we never talk about how great these players are, even though they deserve all of the accolades in our own right. In their own right, excuse me. Now, what you're looking at is a picture of the old Boston Braves park, and I just picked that one out because I'm not going to scroll through a bunch of different ballparks pictures, but I just wanted to kind of set the scene of where we're at on this and why we are talking about this and going into Major League Baseball of the yesteryear. As we do this, I also want to talk about, when we do this, I'm going to pick out a guy at each position that may be a little newer player that deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to go ahead and set the backdrop like that. So that's the big picture of the stadium, and then that's more of a clearer picture over my shoulder. But you get the idea. We're talking about players that you may not be aware of, and a lot of them you may have heard of. If you're a big-time baseball fan, you probably have heard of them. But how much do you know about them, and do you ever talk about them? And I just thought it would be a good time to hit this up. And we're going to go by position. We're not going to spend 4.5 hours doing this. We're just going to kind of hit it up and be a good talking point. So let's, without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into it. And there's no better place to start at than the catcher position, right? And the catcher position, when you talk about a guy that, and when I rated these guys, there's a lot of ways you could go about it, but the easiest way to do it is I looked at who is and who isn't in the Hall of Fame, who played Major League Baseball at the turn of the century, essentially the early years, I'll say the first 50. And also, I looked at their WAR. And if they didn't have at least a decent WAR, then what are we talking about, right? What exactly are we talking about if we don't have a guy in mind that at least has a decent WAR on tap? And so you look at some of the guys that came along at the beginning of Major League Baseball, and look, everybody knows the Johnny Benches. Everybody knows, the Yogi Berras. Even into the Negro Leagues, everybody knows about Josh Gibson by now. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. But there were other players that were very dominant at their position that didn't get a whole heck of a lot of, we just don't talk about them now. Because the big thing now in sports is what? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Well, there's a lot of guys that were considered the greatest of their time that have been overlooked at this point. And those are the kind of the guys that I'm kind of circling at this point, right? And we're going to start off. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to go ahead and make a side note. A catcher that I think should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, that got in as a manager but should have gotten in as a player, and they won't backtrack it or whatnot. He's in. It's kind of a dead issue. Joe Torre. Joe Torre does not get enough love. Joe Torre was one hell of a catcher, and you got to stick up for Braves country at some point. Ted Simmons was well overdue when he finally got in, but Joe Torre, you go back and look at his numbers. We won't dive into it today, but he had himself a hell of a career. And it's a little sad that everyone kind of forgets how great of a catcher he is. I mean, at WAR, if you just go off of WAR, he's a top 10 catcher of all time. Yes. I know some people are like, what? Yes. He's a top 10 catcher of all time. And that's a heck of a statement, to be honest with you, because when you look at some of the players that played all throughout Major League Baseball history, there's a lot of guys, man, they just get overlooked because they played with bigger names. They've played so long ago nobody cares about it anymore, realistically. And that's a shameful thing in its own right. So let's go ahead and talk about a guy that I think just doesn't get enough attention. This guy, when you talk about a guy that was one of the best of his time, Bill Dickey behind the plate. Bill Dickey was an 11-time All-Star for the New York Yankees. He won the World Series 7 times. Now, that's a common theme with the New York Yankees. In that time period, in the 20s and 30s, even into the 40s and 50s, the New York Yankees were the most dominant franchise in sports. So you have a lot of guys who have multiple rings, and that's never going to realistically be the number one criteria for that time period because of that. But you've got to look at something. Number one, something that nobody talks about, is the fact that he's in Monument Park. His number 8 is retired. If you've been retired by the New York Yankees, you've done something. If you're in Monument Park, for those of y'all who haven't been, I have been, and it's something to behold. It is one of the most bone-chilling moments you will have as a baseball fan, as an American, and just as a human being. They open it up, depending on if it's a day game or night game. Day game, I went in, and I want to say they opened it maybe an hour before the game. I really don't remember the exact number, but I do remember that they opened it up. It was either an hour, maybe it was 90 minutes, and you would go in there, and no one pushes you around, or pushes you along, excuse me. It's a very small area. It's a very small area behind center field wall. Years ago, Monument Park was actually a part of the field. It was right behind center field, and there was no barrier. Balls would go up there. Now Monument Park, with the new stadium and whatnot, it's got its own little area. And the really neat thing about the whole thing is Monument Park, you go in there, you can literally hear a pin drop. It is like walking in to a revered, I've never been into the Sistine Chapel, but I would say it's like that. I've been into a couple of chapels. I've been to a couple of the major ones in New York City and one in Chicago, and the ones that are like the tourist destinations, and people come in, you have just buckets and buckets of people in there, and they're not saying a word because they're in awe, and also they're being respectful of everyone around them. And I will never forget. So I'm at the game by myself. I went to a few Yankee games, but when I went to Monument Park, I went to a game by myself. It was a morning game. I believe it was the one. I went to a couple of morning games. I think it was the one that I talk about for the 4th of July game against the Blue Jays. I think it was that game, but I might be mixing it up. But anyways, the point is it was an early game. I want to say a 1 o'clock game, so I think they opened it up at 11:30. So probably like a 1:10 first pitch, and they shut the doors at 1 o'clock because they want everybody the hell out of there at the game time. So you go in there, and I'm walking along, and like I said, I went to the game by myself. I was meeting up with friends after the game. I was like, man, you got to go to a freaking Yankee game on 4th of July. What are you doing? You're not an American. Surrounded by idiots. All right, so I go in there. I don't know what to expect. I thought I was just going to see a little tiny museum and read some stuff, and that'd be cool. And I love history. I love baseball, and there's nothing better than the history of baseball. And go in there, and there are grown men crying. hugging, because it was like a pilgrimage to them. Now, I didn't have the same effect because I didn't grow up a Yankee fan, but I'm talking about these are older men. So this was around the 2011-ish, 2012, 2010, somewhere in that neighborhood. Shortly after it had been open, a few years after it had been open, it was not an old stadium at all. So my point is, I was standing there next to people who were like World War II veteran age, excuse me. Some of them younger. Some of them would have been old enough to have fought in Korea and Vietnam. Some of them were standing there with their military gear on. I remember seeing a couple of the VFW hats and whatnot. But they're just crying, and you would think if you were dropped in and you didn't know, you would have thought that you were basically standing at a monument where people were actually buried. But these were just grown men that had made a pilgrimage. They'd never been to the stadium. They grew up, and I can remember the guy who was crying next to me, older guy, and he was like, I never thought I'd get to see it. I never thought I'd get to see it. And man, that just rushed over me. And what he was pointing at was the monument of one Bill Dickey. And I guess he grew up. No, I didn't talk to the guy. I'm telling you, talking about no one talks, nobody talks. Like, even if you're whispering, the people that are working there will kind of cut you an eye. You're supposed to embrace it, enjoy it, and walk out, and then talk about it. Because there's a line. Trust me, my friend, there's a line. People are just wrapped around. I couldn't believe how big of a wait there was. But once you decide to go do something, you're like, well, I'm going. I'm in. It's over. Let's do it. Let's get it. I didn't come all the way up here, walk up these steps and whatnot to just say, nah, I'm good. I'm done. It is what it is. So I got in there, and I'm telling you, just the rush of emotions that goes over you at that point, it's unreal. And you don't know these people. But you can feel their, it wasn't right sorrow, it was just overwhelmed with joy because they'd finally gotten to see what they wanted to see. I couldn't really relate to it at the time because I'd seen most of the stuff I'd want to see. As far as there are some, but as far as my teams, I've seen just about everything. But I don't know where this guy is from. And he might have grown up listening to it on the radio and finally got a chance. So it was really cool. I remember because when he said, I was like, who's he crying over? I figured it was Babe Ruth or something. But no, it was Bill Dickey. And he was, they went out, and I was standing not too far from them, and I could hear them chattering. I can't begin to tell you what they were saying, but he was going. I'm sure he just grew up a huge Bill Dickey fan, but Bill Dickey was one of those guys, man. He was, like I said, 7-time World Series, 11-time All-Star, and so he goes behind home plate for me. And I cut this off. Bill Dickey played about as late as any of these guys will have played. But I tried to cut this off at the really early parts. But as far as catchers, ones that are worth talking about, first of all, that experience I had was incredible. And the other thing is, there weren't a lot of great catchers that, really stood out at the very early part of the century, because they were literally there just to go out and catch the ball, make sure. They were literally, when they talk about the tools of ignorance, that's what they were. They were there to get beat up on the regular, and it just did not matter that these guys. There were guys like Buck Ewing. I thought about putting him in there, but he also played 3 positions. But Buck Ewing, who played for the New York Gothams, which we all know eventually in a roundabout way end up becoming the also, I didn't see this. But anyways, the New York Gothams eventually become the New York Giants. I don't know why. I guess for 1 year the Giants were in the independent league. I've missed that. I thought I knew most of that early history, but that's interesting. But anyways, yeah, it's really strange. New York was in the National League from 1883 to 1889. In 1890, they went to the Players League. I knew there was some jumping. I don't remember it being the Giants, and then they went back to the National League the next year. So that's pretty much why I went with Bill Dickey to start off. All right, so we go on from that. And like I said, Joe Torre should have been in as a player. And I still think you should put him as a player. And do this before these guys pass. My God. We got to wait till these guys pass away and then go, oh, let's go honor them. Well, that doesn't do any good. They can't celebrate with their family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the whole 9 yards. All right, my first baseman. And this guy, so I remember talking about this with one of the guys on the show years ago. And I ran into the recording. And then I did a deeper dive before I did the show today. And I was like, why was Hank Greenberg overlooked in the annals of history? 2-time MVP, 2-time World Series champion, a 5-time All-Star. He's in the Hall of Fame. But why is he always overlooked and not talked about as one of the greats? Although anyone who watched him play during that era, I mean, my grandfather would talk about how Greenberg was one of the greats. Well, now it all kind of makes sense because I look at this and everybody always talks about the numbers that were stolen from Ted Williams. No one talks about Hank Greenberg. For all intents and purposes, 1941 through 1945, 5 years of his career were stolen by World War II. He only played in 19 games in 1941 as he joined early. And by 1945, when he came back, he only got a chance to play in 78 games. So all in all, we'll say, any way you look at it, it's 5 seasons because I don't care what you're talking about, a guy trying to come back and get into shape, et cetera, et cetera. It's 5 seasons were stolen from him. He played a total of 87 games, 97 games from 41 to 1945. Hit 15 home runs in that time period. The very next year, in 1946, he had 44. The year before he left, he hit 41. So let's lowball him and just say he's not going to go out. No one goes out and hits 40 home runs every year, although he was. He hit 58 in 1938. He hit 40 and 37. He hit 36 and 35. So his absence ends up making it just a 13. It says 13-year career. It was really an 11-year career. And he still ended up with 331 home runs. So let's just lowball it and say in those 5 years, if he got full 5 years, and there was one that he was banged up in 36, but I'm going to leave that one out. But the full 5 years, Say he just did the bare minimum of what he was doing at the time and lowballing it at 30. It's 150 more home runs. He's probably somewhere around 500 home runs bare minimum. And at that point, 500 home runs at that time, 500 home runs was like the mark that everybody would just shoot for. So that alone makes it just an incredible situation going into it, because think about that. Everyone just kind of forgets about him. No one wants to talk about him. But think about the fact that the man was serving his country, and had he not been serving his country during that time frame, which I'm sure he doesn't regret, he's a 500 home run hitter. Not to mention the fact he retires right after the 47 season, and you wonder if there was injuries, all that kind of stuff that added to the fact of him going to war. So Hank Greenberg's my first baseman, the guy that belongs in the Hall of Fame at first base. We'll get more into this in other episodes of this, but man, come on, Todd Helton. You kidding me with Todd Helton? And I get so tired of hearing, well, he played in Colorado, and you can't put him in because of this and that and blah blah blah. Did he hit the ball or did he not hit the ball? Did he do it? Did he get it or did he not get it? Todd Helton, if you look at his WAR, Todd Helton is just below Mark McGwire and just above Harmon Killebrew. Todd Helton belongs in the damn Hall of Fame. And it's absurd that he's not there. Second baseman. We are just about set. Here come the lineups for your Atlanta Braves versus the Philadelphia Phillies.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, the 2023 National League MVP, Ronald Acuna Jr. He's 2 for 4 with 1 RBI and a stolen base. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies. Batting third, playing third, Austin Riley. He cashed in with 1 RBI yesterday. Batting cleanup and playing first base for your Atlanta Braves, the single-season home run and RBI leader in franchise history, Matt Olson. The Ice House went 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs. He's batting .600. Designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. And patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. MH2 went 3 for 5 with an RBI. Yesterday, he's batting .600. Also batting .600 for your Atlanta Braves and batting 7th, it's the shortstop, Orlando Arcia. The Magic Kingdom will be followed by Travis d'Arnaud, who is in for the injured Sean Murphy. He went 0 for 1 yesterday and drew a walk. And batting 9th and playing left field, batting .500 on the young season, it's Jared Kelenic. They'll be going head-to-head with Aaron Nola, the right-hander for the Philadelphia Phillies. In 2023, he went 12-9 with a 4.46 ERA. He'll be going head-to-head with Mad Max Fried. The southpaw in 2023 went 8-1 with a 2.55 ERA. Max will be facing the Philadelphia Phillies, and leading off for the Quakers, the designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber. He went 0 for 4 on opening day. Trey Turner batting second and playing short. He took an 0 for as well, and he'll be followed up by Bryce Harper, who did draw a walk and went 0 for 3. He's playing first. Batting cleanup for the Philadelphia Phillies, JT Realmuto. And batting fifth, playing third base, Alec Boehm. He went 2 for 4 on opening day and has still not touched home plate. Nick Castellanos batting sixth and playing right field, going 1 for 4 with an RBI on opening day. Bryson Stott batting seventh and playing second base. He's also batting .250 and got a stolen base in the first game. Batting eighth and playing left field, it's Whit Merrifield, who came over in free agency. Whit Merrifield gets his first at-bats for the 2024 season. Last year went .272 with 11 home runs and 67 RBI. He's played the last 2 seasons for the Toronto Blue Jays before coming over from the Kansas City Royals. And batting ninth, playing center field for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Johan Rojas. Rojas went 0 for 2 on opening day with the stolen base. Your umpires for Game 2 of this series, behind home plate, it's Jeremy Rehak. First base will be manned by Clint Vondrak. Second base umpire, Mark Wegner. And down the third base line, it's Bruce Streckman. Game time temperature is expected to be in the mid-50s with a slight chance of rain. Atlanta Braves won the first game of this series, have a chance to win the opening series today behind Max Fried. The Atlanta Braves are minus 135 on the money line. The over-under is 8. Game number 3 is tomorrow at 1:35. Well, it's about that time. Pour you a cold one. Pull up an armchair. It's Braves Phillies. Let's get it, boys and girls. Warm up that chop hand. Good afternoon, Braves country. Looks like we are just about set, and hopefully we actually get the first pitch here in a second, as the Braves are going to be coming out in their gray, top to bottom in gray road uniforms with Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk underneath, lettering in red, in the navy ball caps with the white A. They'll be facing the Philadelphia Phillies. And it does look like we're just about set for first pitch, as the final tosses are being made by the starter today, Aaron Nola. Your Atlanta Braves looking to win this series in the second game here in Philadelphia. In case you missed it yesterday, Atlanta Braves had a heck of a ball game in the second half. They pretty much waited for all to happen in the last third of the game. Scored 2 in the 7th and 7 in the 8th to win the game 9-3. The game where Michael Harris, Orlando Arcia, Matt Olson all had big games. We got to see the reappearance of one of our fan favorites, Adam Duvall. The Phillies are wearing their cream jerseys top to bottom with the Phillies across the chest in red. Blue ball cap, red bill with the red P. Aaron Nola doing his final last tosses. We'll keep you up to date on all the scores going on around Major League Baseball as Ronald Acuna Jr. is stepping into the box. The Milwaukee Brewers just moments ago beat the New York Mets 7-6. In a game that was very, very chippy. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out down the road. There's no precipitation at this moment. We've got very little wind. At the forecast this morning, it was supposed to be a fairly decent wind blowing out, but the flags are barely moving. So the ball could be flying. We could get a high-scoring one in this one. Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate, and he is stepping up to home plate, saying his hellos to JT Realmuto and home plate umpire Jeremy Rehak. We're just about set. Acuna does have his arm guard on again. Didn't have it on a couple of the at-bats yesterday, and they threw inside, and he's wisely put it back on. I do wonder why he didn't, but it is just about that time. Yes, sir! It is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the first inning, the 1-0 from Nola. Sets and deal, swung on, chopped over towards third. And that ball's going to skibber-scabber off the top hand of Alec Boehm. He did the classic, was ready to throw it before he even had it in his hand. Had some top spin, and Alec Boehm has had some issues over there at third base. He was trying to barehand that, and I think it's because it took that extra hop, and he did not feel like he was going to have enough time to take it out of his glove and throw. So it'll be interesting to see if they give him a hit or a error on that. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. The first pitch to Ozzie is 90 miles an hour out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. They did give it an error to Alec Boehm. I'll tell you what, that's kind of a tough one, because if he grabs it with the glove, like I said, and does a traditional switch, I think Acuna's going to beat that out. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, popped it up, high in the sky, into foul territory in between third and left. Making a sliding attempt is Merrifield, but it's just past his glove. It's 1-1. Welcome into Braves Country Baseball. If this is your first time hanging out with us, please hit that like button and subscribe. We're here Monday through Saturday for every single Atlanta Braves game this year. Sundays, the chat will be up. Sunday Fun Day is back. Ozzie Albies digs back in. Open stance from the left side. The pitch. Swung on. That ball's belted high and deep. Nola hangs his head because zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a 2-run shot. And your Atlanta Braves have taken the lead here in Philadelphia. A hanger, a banger, and she's gone, baby. 391 off the bat of Ozzie Albies, his first home run of the year. How about that? Deposited that into the bank here at Citizens Bank Park, and the Braves lead it 2-0. The first pitch to Austin Riley's 92 miles an hour on the edge, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Good take by Austin. He swings at that. That's going to be a pop-up. The 0-1 to Riley. Nola rocks and fires. Inside out swing, swung on. Drifted over towards right field. It's going to drop, but just foul, a few feet foul of the right field line, and it's 0-2. Braves 2, Philly nothing. If you're just joining us, top of the first inning, Ronald Acuna Jr. reached via an error, though it's a questionable error. I think he would have beaten out that throw, and then Ozzie Albies made him pay regardless. Kind of hung that off-speed pitch as Austin Riley takes the timeout. That's pretty common after that to use your timeout on a play like that, because Riley had to jog down the first base path, so buys himself a little time. The 0-2 pitch from Nola. Down and away. It's 1-2. Aaron Nola signed a huge extension in the offseason. He'll be a Philadelphia Philly for the next 6 years. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, can of corn, and Bryce Harper goes end over, ass over tea kettle, and he is down in the dugout, the Phillies dugout. Is that at the Phillies dugout? It was in the camera well. He looks like he's going to be okay. Surprised someone didn't come over there. It was weird. It was right in the camera well where the players don't really visit. And take another look at this. Yeah, it's the Phillies dugout, but it's so far down the line, the players aren't over there. And I think Bryce Harper didn't realize that he was coming, that he was running out of room. And he literally just went end over end. It's a scary situation, not just for him, but the cameraman and everybody else over there. Looks like he's okay. He's checking his hand, but probably just a scrape or something. So Phillies dodged the bullet there. The 1-2 pitch swung on, popped back, foul out of play. It's 1-2. Man, oh man, fireworks early. He was slowing down. It's almost like he thought that he had like maybe one more step. And he just planted helicoptering into the dugout in the camera well. The 1-2 pitch. They're going to say he went around strike three. Riley doesn't like it. Or is he? He's calling that a called third strike. Wow. Jeremy Riak with the first bad call of the day. That was definitely an inch or two off the plate. That's a mid-1990s strike, y'all. That's a Greg Maddux special. That ball was not on the plate. And they don't tend to do that anymore because nowadays, because they're judged every morning by their performance with the StatCast and other tools, they typically don't give that wide strike, but he did there. The first pitch on the way to from Aaron Nola to Matt Olson is a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Bryce Harper's finger was bleeding. They tended to it there for a second in between batters, but he does appear to be okay. The 0-1 pitch swung on, chopped foul down the line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty, lefty. Nola comes set, the 14th of the afternoon. The pitch swung on and chopped in front of home plate. They're going to throw him out at first, and I believe that ball did just stay fair, rolled out in front. Olsen had to hesitate for a second. Not that he would have beat that out, but I think he thought it might have hit the plate. But looking at the replay, hit the back of the plate and bounced. I guess it just missed technically being in fair territory. So a bad break for Matt Olson. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell Ozuna, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch to Marcell is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. We kind of had a weird beginning, so I didn't get a chance to get into it, but I'll go ahead and give you my pick to click, and I won't take the low-hanging fruit of Ozzie Albies. Give me Michael Harris II today. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. He went four-seam and then knuckle curve. And he tends to live out there on the outer edge of the big power right-handed hitters. So Ozuna probably looking for that. You do wonder if he might try to sneak one inside. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball caught, looking, strike three. No doubt about that one. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Braves lead it 2-0. We head to the bottom of the first.
On June 30th, 1996, the Los Angeles Dodgers are playing the Colorado Rockies Coors Field. The game included 7 lead changes, 38 hits, and 10 home runs. 11 pitchers made their way into the game, and all 11 of them gave up at least 1 run, and 5 of them suffered a blown save, a major league record. 14 of the 18 half innings saw a run cross the plate. The Dodgers hit 6 home runs, including 3 on back-to-back-to-back pitches in the second inning. Colorado Rockies second baseman Eric Young stole 6 bases. 3 of them came in the third inning when he stole second, third, and home. Speaking of stolen bases, there were 10 in the game. In the 7th, Steve Reed throws the last scoreless half inning on 7 pitches. With 2 outs and a runner on first in the 9th, the losing pitcher, Todd Worrell, had pitched twice in the series already and had not allowed a run in the series until that day. The winning pitcher, Bruce Ruffin, turned a 2-run lead into a 1-run deficit in his lone inning. The game took 4 hours and 20 minutes to complete. It was, at the time, the longest 9-inning game in National League history. 2.5 months later, Hideo Nomo would return to Coors Field, and he threw a no-hitter, the only one in Coors Field history.
On October 14th, 1992, the Pittsburgh Pirates were in Atlanta, facing the Braves in the 7th and deciding game of the National League Championship Series. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, Pittsburgh led 2-1, but Atlanta had the bases loaded. A pinch hitter, Francisco Cabrera, who had had only 10 at-bats all season, was at the plate.
And now the Braves season hangs in the balance. He hacked at the 2-0, now the 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score...
With the tying run in, most assumed that the runner on second, Sid Bream, hobbled by 5 knee operations, would be held at third. But the third base coach sent Bream anyway.
Bream to the plate! And he is safe! Safe at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series!
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried will step to the bump, and he'll face Kyle Schwarber, lefty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is 91 miles an hour. Just misses the outer edge. It's 1-0. That's that same area, actually a little closer than what Rehak called 2 wide strikes on the Braves in the first inning. The 1-0 right there kisses the black top shelf right-hand corner. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Schwarber digs in. The pitch. Swung on, chopped foul down the first base line towards the dugout, just past the camera well. It ricochets. The 1-2. Time is called by Schwarber. 47 home runs last year. The pitch. Curveball in the dirt, outer edge. It's 2-2. Braves 2, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first inning via the 2-run home run by Ozzie Albies after Acuna reached via the error E5. The 2-2 pitch swung on, chopped foul. Just had to reach out there and slap it to make a little bit of contact. We'll do it again at 2-2. Schwarber has appeared to have slimmed down a little bit. Of course, a lot of these guys come into camp in much better shape, and then as the season goes on. Well, a lot of takeouts and cold beers late at night, right? The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is dropped into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Kelenic charges, gets it back into the infield, and it's a leadoff single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Good piece of hitting by Schwarber. Just stuck with it and inside outed it, dropped it into left. Hit them where they ain't, and that'll bring up Trey Turner. Trey Turner, the shortstop, from the right-hand side of the plate, takes a swing and a miss at a bending 75-mile-an-hour curveball just above the kneecaps. It's 0-1. He was about 2 weeks in front of that swing. The 0-1. Fried looks over to first. Kingston fires. Swing and a miss. That curveball dropped off the table. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count after a steady diet of curveballs to start this off. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls that down the line. We'll do it again. Runner on first. Nobody out. The 0-2 from Fried. Fastball misses high. 1-2. Well, Diane, you'll get access in the country club to videos that others cannot get. We've got other things on the way, plus the badges and emojis and other perks that non-members do not have access to. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and roasted down the left field line. Diving attempt by Austin Riley goes under his glove, and thankfully it was just foul. It also helps support the channel as we're trying to go towards a full time on this, to where we would bring you every game if we could get enough members. Max Fried comes set. The 1-2 pitch, fastball right in his kitchen, slices it down the line. We'll do it again. You get instant access to videos that drop as opposed to having to wait. Things like the Cover Country Picks of the Day. We got a lot more in store. So a 1-2 count. Fried, fastball caught, looking, strike three. 97 miles an hour, and it froze him. I mean, absolutely froze him. Think he was looking for that curveball and just could not get the bat off his shoulder. See if we can squeeze this in as Max Fried goes to...
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
First pitch to Bryce Harper misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Good afternoon, Diane. Good afternoon, Gary, Robert. 1-0 pitch. Fastball just misses out of the zone, up high and wide. It's 2-0. Who else have I missed here? D, good afternoon. Country Club member. I see the emojis up there. The 2-0 pitch. Outside high. 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Bryce Harper with a 3-0 count. Fastball just caught the top of the zone. Harper thought he was going to get first base. He'll sit there. It's 3-1. Bryce Harper, 276 out of 29 at bats versus Max Fried with 2 home runs. Pretty good clip against Max Fried. You don't see those numbers very often. The 3-1 pitch to Harper, just off the plate, ball 4. So 1 on. Or excuse me, 2 on, 1 out. And coming to the plate is going to be JT Real Muto, and he represents the go-ahead run. See who we got on Country Club members that are in here today. D, Robert. Thought I saw a couple of others. First pitch to Real Muto, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. So a 1-0 count. Lefty, righty, the pitch. Fastball misses high, 2-0. Max Fried struggling here in the first inning. Gifted a 2-0 lead. And Darnold's going to go out there and talk to him. Probably a pretty good idea trying to settle him down a little bit. Phillies got the tying run on first, just one down. Standing on deck is Bohm, and it doesn't get any easier after that for Fried with Castellanos. You've got Schwarber and Stott as the left-handers in the lineup today. The rest of it's righty, righty, righty down the road. What he would love to do is induce a double play with the catcher. Even though Real Muto runs better than most catchers, he doesn't have that top-end speed. With Schwarber at third, double play could be in order. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. It's 2-1. Just 9 cents a day on that Braves Country Club. Get you access to all of the Country Club perks. So a 2-1 count, and the runners go. Schwarber, oh man, I thought that throw got him. Schwarber grabbed the back end of the base and just avoided the tag of Riley. Double steal. The throw went to third. Harper also grabbed second. They were going to have no chance of grabbing Harper because they weren't even holding him on. And he had a huge lead. Schwarber, who doesn't run the best, just got out in front of that. Got his left hand in there on the back end of the bag just before Riley could make the tag. It's close. So a 2-2 count. Swung on. Foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Phillies have always shown an aggressiveness to run against the Braves, even when Murphy's behind the plate. Of course, Murphy being out means that they're just a little more susceptible. The 2-2 pitch, curveball down in the dirt, ball 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Runners on second and third. The infield is back. They'll trade a run for an out. Pitch down and in, ball 4. So the bases are now juiced. JT Real Muto, easy for me to say, right? JT Real Muto will head on down to first. The bases are loaded with Alec Bohm. Braves 2, Phillies nothing. Max Fried laboring here in the first inning. Just 25 pitches with one out. The first pitch on the way, slide sinker, down and away. First strike, it's 0-1. That was a nasty pitch. Hard sinking action. The 0-1. On the way inside. Well inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Bases loaded, nowhere to put Bohm. The pitch. Down and in, changeup, tried to get him to chase. It's 2-1. Max Fried would love a double play here. He's been going inside, trying to get him to swing over the top and roll it to third. But Bohm, aware of that, he's actually a little off the plate right now. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled off his foot. Thankfully, because it fouled off his foot, it took a weird roll. But it was such a slow rolling ball, Fried would have had a hard time getting anybody out on that one. Fried slipped and fell. He appears to be okay, but you know they're going to come out there and take a look at him. You never see a pitcher take a spill and them not take a look and them not go out there to make sure he's okay. Tell you what, if I'm Brian Snicker, I have him throw a couple of practice pitches just to make sure, and also maybe it'll sharpen up his mechanics. So bases loaded, a 2-2 count. Fried says he's okay. I know I mentioned it yesterday during the broadcast, but man, I really like those jackets that the Braves staff are wearing. This has to be a direct response. If you remember last year, Brian Snitker was wearing what could be described as a Braves muumuu for a jacket, and he got a lot of flack from a lot of the guys. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is belted down the left field line, just foul into the corner. I don't believe it would have left the stadium, but it was about 4 or 5 feet left of the foul pole. Looks like it curled in. Lord have mercy, was that almost trouble. So a full count. Nowhere to put Bohm. Jesse Chavez warming up in the Braves pen. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, over towards first. Making the running catch over his head, Willie Mays style, is Mr. Matt Olson, and there's 2 away. Good defensive play by Olson. 2-time Gold Glover comes through once again. And there's 2 down. Big second out. Now the sacrifice fly is no longer in order. So a big out there, but you're not out of the woods yet because here comes Nick Castellanos. Lefty-righty matchup, the delivery. Fastball inside. It's 1-0. Stott stands on deck. Max Fried is at 32 pitches. And that's a problem in itself there. Braves 2, Phillies nothing. The 1-0 from Fried. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 1-1. Ball gets away, but d'Arnaud quickly jumps on it and tosses it to Max, who's covering home. No movement on the base paths. Max Fried looks in. The 1-1. Lefty-righty fires curveball. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. So bases loaded, 2 outs. 1 out away from getting out of this mess. 1 swing from a disaster. The pitch. Curveball in the dirt. Good take by Castellanos. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Fried kicks and fires. Swing and fouls that back out of play. We'll do it again. Braves 2, Phillies nothing. Max Fried comes set. 36 pitches into the afternoon. The pitch. Fastball looking. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That ball was right down the pipe. Don't pay attention to the cast that's on your screen. The one that's even being shown by the Philadelphia broadcast team. It shows it's belt high over the plate. Unbelievable. I knew Jeremy Rehack was a hack, but that was unbelievably bad. You have got, I'll tell you, and this is the one thing that I will say about Snitker. The reason why he's not the leader that this Braves team needs, you've got to explode out of the dugout if you're Snitker there. 3-2 pitch, curveball in the dirt, and it cost him a run. Would it have changed the play, the call? No. But Snitker is just infamous known for just sitting back there half asleep on the bench. And that was an absolute strike down the pipe. the Philadelphia broadcast is re-showing it over and over again. They're showing the StatCast. Krantz is going to come out there and talk to Max. While he's doing that, Snicker should be out there yelling at the umpire. That's the one thing we all miss from Bobby Cox, isn't it? All in all, Brian Snicker is a very good manager. But he has a bad ability or non-ability to be able to read the room and know when guys want their leader to go to bat for them. So Krantz is going to go out there and talk to him. The left-handed bat of Stott is coming to the plate after a gifted run by home plate umpire Jeremy Rehack. Remember last year I was calling him Jeremy the Hack, so I guess we'll go back to calling him that again. That was a terrible call. First pitch from Fried to Stott is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 2, Phillies 1, bases loaded. Max Fried, he's approaching 40 pitches. This will be his 40th pitch of the inning. The 1-0 from Fried. Right there at the knees, it's 1-1. And if you're Stott, honestly, I'm not swinging that bat till I get 2 strikes because I'm trying to run Fried's pitch count up. And they've been known to do that. They've been known to be very patient. The 1-1 from Fried comes set. Tries to get him to chase one out of the zone. He spits on it. It's 2-1. So there's a cat and mouse game there that right now Bryson Stott is winning. You got a 2-2 count. He's trying to get him to chase, but he is not swinging that bat. You can tell. The 2-1. Another sinker in the dirt. Does not bite. 3-1. So Max Fried in danger of walking another run in. Standing on deck is Merrifield, then Rojas in the top of the lineup. This may be it for Max if he doesn't get this batter. He is at 42 pitches. Jesse Chavez should be warm in the pen. The 3-1. Fastball swung on. That ball's going to get down. Here comes Bryce Harper. He will score. The run's coming around, and the Phillies have taken a 3-2 lead on the single by Bryson Stott. If you're just joining us, this was all gifted by the terrible call of the home plate umpire, Jeremy the Hack. And Brian Snicker's finally going to get up off his fanny and make a pitching change. On his way out there, this is where the guys with fire in their belly, they would say something to the umpire. But anyways, we will be back in a flash. We'll see if Mr. Jesse Chavez can get us out of this jam.
You know that thing that's in your head that tells you when it's time to stop talking? Where do you get those?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Is tomorrow Friday?
Yeah, why?
Because I think I'm gonna get a little loose-goose. But more loose than the goose. Because the goose be violent.
Hey, Braves Country. This is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Y'all always want to say, get your lick back, get your lick back, get your lick back. If I get my lick back, I'm going to jail.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Grounds." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
You're listening. Welcome back. Jesse Chavez comes in, and he fires the first pitch for a strike on the outer edge. It's a Merrifield didn't like it. It was the same pitch that was called a strike by D-Hack behind the plate versus Riley in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on, sliced foul, and out of play. It's 0-2. If you're just joining us, Philly has scored 3 runs after the Braves scored 2 in the first. Max Fried is out of the game. Jesse Chavez is in. Max Fried threw 43 pitches. The 0-2 pitch swung on, sliced foul, and out of play. And you can't blame it all on that one play. What should have been strike 3 that would have ended the inning, D-Hack missed the call. It was right down the pipe, belt high over the plate. It ended up leading to eventually 3 runs. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. So a 1-2 count, Rojas on deck. In theory, you still have a base open. You could walk around, you could pitch around Merrifield with Rojas on deck. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, can of corn, and that'll end the inning. So it could have been a heck of a lot worse, should have been a heck of a lot better. We'll see if D-Hack can get his terrible calls under control when we come back.
All right, you got 2587.
Not for long. I make bad financial decisions.
Are you stressed out?
Yeah.
And you could use a vacation?
Yes.
Introducing planning a trip with friends.
What's that?
It's been a stressful few months, so what better way to relax than going on a fun trip with your group of friends?
That sounds like a great idea. How does it work?
It's simple. Come up with an itinerary, pitch the plan to your friends, watch them be sort of interested but non-committal, and the trip never happens.
Wait.
That's right, dork. Did you forget that all your friends have good jobs and relationships, and you have neither? Of course they're too busy for your cabin weekend idea.
I used to think that my friends and I would be going on fun, extravagant trips as we got older, but instead I see them once every 5 months.
Try it today.
Look, dude, I feel guilty all the time for my thoughts and urges, but I'm not going to talk to a therapist who's going to make me, deal with it and confront those issues.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward.
He batted .321 or better over 9 consecutive seasons and stole 436 bases. Although he was short and weighed barely 120 pounds, he tripped opposing runners on the base paths, blocked them, spiked them, and rarely complained when they did the same to him. We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, he remembered, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play. Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II comes to the plate. Harris digs in. Nola back to work after a long layoff. First pitch is a curveball outside for a ball. It's 1-0. You do wonder how Nola may respond. He had quite a long wait there sitting on the bench waiting for that first half inning to get over with, the bottom of the first. The 1-0 from Nola. Inside misses, 2-0. Though a starting pitcher's never going to complain about getting runs. This is the 2-0 pitch from Nola, his 20th of the afternoon. Comes set, fires. Curveball right there at the knees. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Nola. Curveball, good pitch by Nola on the outer edge. It's 2-2. Philly 3, Braves 2. If you missed the first inning, what you missed was a 2-run home run by Ozzie Albies to take the 2-0 lead. The 2-2, high and out of the zone, about eye high over the plate, 3-2. And then with that, the Phillies really put a tax on Max Fried. The 3-2 pitch. Curveball misses, ball 4. So Michael Harris II will head on down to first. Coming into this game from spring training to yesterday, but he's 1 for 18 versus Nola. First pitch to Orlando is fastball on the outer edge. First strike, it's 0-1. He is 1 for 18 with 1 strikeout. Harris is leaning towards second, though, 0-1. Inside, 1-1. They check down the first baseline. Real Muto do that, though. He'll check every single one that he can. And he does his best to try to manipulate the home plate umpire. And guys like Rehak who can be manipulated, you'd kind of like to see d'Arnaud do more of the same. Nola turns around and flips the ball over to first to keep Harris close by. d'Arnaud and Murphy, I've never really seen them have that kind of presence behind the plate where they kind of lead the charge. B-Mac was like that. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's laced down the left field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to slowly roll up against the left field wall, and Michael Harris II will be in at second base. A double by the Magic Kingdom, Orlando Arcia. Drapes one into the corner. Braves got runners on second and third. Nobody out. TDA, Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Philly 3, Braves 2. Thanks for the heads up there. I think that was Robert. It said they eventually changed that error in the first to a single for Acuna, so not only does that help Acuna, it hurts Nola in his ERA. The 0-1 to d'Arnaud, second and third, nobody out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 93. Top shelf, outer edge, it's 0-2. Well, I'm glad to see they corrected it. Because once again, I just don't think Bohm could have made that play. It was a slow developing bouncer. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, sliced down the right field line. A Travis d'Arnaud special is going to get into the corner, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 4-3 lead. 2 RBI single. TDA loves that right field corner. You throw the soft stuff to him on the outer edge, he will just slap the bat and try to place it. He has made himself a living off. I'd say the back half of his career since he's gotten to Atlanta, he has mastered that. And for folks that think that's some kind of a lucky hit, he does it way too often for it to be anything but luck. That's by design. It's by reaction. So d'Arnaud stands on second, and the pitch is on the way. Jared Kelenic rips it up the middle, and it's going to be a base hit, and here comes Travis D'Arnaud. And we have taken a 5-3 lead. JK dribbles it up the middle. A perfect hit them where they ain't. They had him played on the shift. The second baseman stop was so far over, he couldn't get to it. And the shortstop, Turner, valiant effort. He was trying to scoop it. If he gets to that ball, I don't think he gets anybody, but he keeps the run from scoring. So 5-3 your score. If you had the under, well, you're in trouble. It was 8, so that we've already reached that. If you break even, I think we'll all take that. We'd all be happy today with the 5-3 win. But it's not. It's looking like an old-fashioned shootout. The opening day jitters are gone, and here comes the bats. Speaking of the bats, Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. 1 on, nobody out. Nola comes set. The pitch. Curveball out wide. It's 1-0. Braves 5, Phillies 3, top of the second inning. Still a long way to go. If you're just joining us, started on a 30-minute rain delay. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. Gary says we were blessed to get out of that inning, only giving up so little runs. We weren't too blessed because the called third strike that was missed would have got us out with no runs. So a 2-0 pitch, but I get your drift, Gary. It could have been a lot worse. The 2-0 pitch, outside wide, 3-0. That's kind of like, if somebody rear ends you, you're like, well, at least they didn't T-bone me. It's like, still ain't right. So a 3-0 count to Acuna. Nola sets up, swing, chopped up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. It's going to bounce through the infield, and the ball goes off of Rojas's glove. And Acuna, he's done. He tried to sneak in, but his hand was caught in the cookie jar. Ronald Acuna Jr., the ball kicked away from Rojas, ran all the way to second, overslid the bag, and it wouldn't have mattered anyways. They got him just in the nick of time. Greedy, most people would say stupid play. When you're considering there's no outs, you don't want to be that first gifted out, but it is what it is. Ronald Acuna Jr. gets the single, but he's dead meat at second. First pitch to Ozzie Albies, who's 1 for 1 with a 2-run shot. Misses high and wide. It's 1-0. Open stance from the left side. Ozzie Albies, the high knee socks. Nola comes set. The pitch. Swing, and rifles it foul back behind the plate. It's 1-1. Came up in his kitchen. The Phillies, interesting enough, because Acuna was thrown out at second, they're playing the infield in. I don't think they would do that if there was nobody out and runners on the corners. The 1-1 in the dirt, gets away, and Ozzie Albies walks away. He motioned down to Kelenic to stay put. Not sure what. I have to take another look at that. Not 100% sure. Ozzie was walking towards the dugout. I think he may have. Needed some spray on his bat. Nonetheless, runner at third. 1 out, the 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered over to first. It's an atom ball. This has become a habit right at Bryce Harper. He'll step on the bag, and there's 2 away. Third time in this series that they have just been hitting hard hit balls, but right at Harper. He had to make a little bit of a lunge yesterday at one of them. But all in all, he hasn't had to make outstanding plays. They've been hard hit balls. They've just been bad luck. So that'll bring Riley to the plate. Riley takes the first pitch off the edge wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 92 miles an hour. Right in that same spot that they called a strike on Riley his first at bat. Sure that was in the back of his mind. The 1-0. Nola's fastballs are coming in between 92, 91. The 1-0. 92 up and high. Called for a strike. Top corner. It's 1-1. Braves 5, Phillies 3, just the second inning. Nola comes set. The pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled back out of play. 1-2. Riley trying to find a way to bring that runner home with 2 outs. You'd love any kind of a broken bat single or a wild pitch. Kelenick's got good speed. You wonder what this inning could have been had Acuna not ran out of it. The 1-2 pitch, high 2-2. But you can't get too mad at Acuna. I remember hearing a player say this years ago as a veteran. He said, by the time I learned how to play the game, I couldn't play it anymore. So a 2-2 count. Runner on third, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball, about letter high, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Put 3 on the board. It's 5-3 in Philadelphia. Jesse Chavez should be back on the bump.
Can I have the keys?
No! You're out of my will!
You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? The Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding Guide.
Welcome back. Jesse Chavez is back out there on the bump. He'll fire the first pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Phillies 3. Bottom of the second, the 0-1 pitch. 89-mile-an-hour cutter up top, just misses. 1-1. You'll notice Jesse Chavez works faster than ever. Ever since they changed the pitch clock, he is lightning fast. The 1-1. Right there for a strike, cutter down the pipe. It's 1-2. Saw an interview with them at one point last year, and basically he said, well, when they decided to speed it up, and he's already worked pretty fast as it was, he decided he was going to take it to his advantage and just try to keep a rhythm. Timeout was called by Rojas. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the bender on the outer edge. One away. .76-mile-an-hour curveball did him in. The first pitch on the way to Kyle Schwarber is up top, just misses outside. I guess it's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, chopped foul back behind home plate. It's 1-1. Standing on deck, the right-handed bat of Turner and then the left-handed bat of Harper. In a perfect world for Jesse Chavez, he won't face Harper. The 1-1, down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Got to figure how you're going to build this out. Now remember, Jackson Stevens was sent down when Jesse Chavez was selected. They picked him up off of waivers. He was sent down, and then Jackson Stevens elected free agency. We'll see if he lands back in Atlanta, but you can't blame Stevens. He had a good spring. So the 2-1 pitch, swung on, chopped up the middle, but right at Orlando Arcia. Perfectly played defense will be a 6-3 putout, 2 away. Milwaukee beat the Mets today 7-6. Trey Turner comes to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch. Curveball just misses outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss on the outer edge. Cutter. 1-1. Well, the way technology works, Diane, there's always a little bit of a delay. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball outside, wide, just misses 2-1. Easiest way nowadays with everything is that you just pair them up. It's pretty simple. I do it all the time with other stuff. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, broken bat. Scooped up by Arcia. Fires it over to first. Gets Turner by about a step, and that was a dangerous broken bat that went flying in between Arcia and Riley. Big old shard. I mean, that was an absolute, that was darn near a sword coming at him. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead at 5-3.
And that's a double-edged sword. It's kind of like watching your mother-in-law go off a cliff in a Cadillac. You got mixed feelings.
Now Ricky Henderson. And with Ricky Henderson, don't look away for that first pitch, because Ricky looking for a fastball right away to park in the stands in left field. He's done it more often than any player in history. All the years, if you think of Ricky, you think of the steals, but he's an all-round leadoff man. And there it goes. Number 76. He adds to his record. And that was a no doubt about it home run. Truly a big fly for Ricky Henderson, the 76th time in his career that he has as the first batter in the lineup. Led off the game with a home run.
My favorite number that's not 3 and 8 or 88 now. My favorite numbers were like 51, 47, 55, 57. And I'm like, man, we gotta go with something with an 8, and that was everybody else's opinion too. I was thinking 28. 28's it. I wanted 28. Let's be 28. And Texaco said hard no.
Armchair.
Brooklyn rarely rose above 6th place. Even their diehard fans called the Dodgers Dem Bums.
The Dem Bums became the Dodgers. That was the big name for them. Our bums, our beloved bums. But the term, when it was first used, was pejorative. In the 20s and 30s, people in Brooklyn needed the Dodgers to win, and they'd go out to the ball game, and the Dodgers would lose, and they'd lose stupidly and carelessly and dumbly, and people would come out of Ebbets Field saying, them bums, those lousy bums, they lost again. How'd those bums do today? And it wasn't until they started to win that the nickname became an admirable nickname, and it became capitalized.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. 5-3 your score, top of the third. Braves country baseball. We're here for every Braves game. The 1-0 pitch, high and inside, 2-0. Pitch by pitch, play by play. We're doing it 6 days a week now, Monday through Saturday. Sundays, we'll still have the Sunday Fun Day up. So a 2-0 count to Olsen. Nola kicks and deals. Swing! And that ball's belted high and deep. Will it be long enough? Far enough? It is over the wall. Yanked and cranked. Matt Olsen hits his first home run of the year, and it barely got over, but did it. 337 happy feet. 100 miles an hour off the bat. And your Atlanta Braves take a 6-3 your score. Marcell Ozuna takes a swing at the first pitch and bangs it foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Braves led this game 2-0, then trailed 3-2. That all happened in the first inning. Atlanta came back and scored 2 in the second, now 1 in the third. The 0-1 is down and away. Good take by Marcell. 1-1. The infield is playing back, and the shift is on. Righty-righty. The 1-1 outside wide. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase that curveball off the plate. It's 2-2. Matt Olsen with his first home run. Ozzie Albies with his first home run of the year. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of that. Chops it back foul behind home plate. We'll do it again. Marlins are in danger of starting their season off 0-3. They trail Pittsburgh 5-2. Washington 2-1 over the Reds. That game is in the fifth. The 2-2 from Nola. Swung on and fouled back. Ozuna just a little behind that one. Probably looking for the curveball. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Swing and hits that hard on the ground, but right at Bohm at third. He's able to gather that one. Scoops and fires it over to first. 5-3 if you're scoring at home, and there's one away. Braves 6, Phillies 3, top of the third. And a gray, cloudy day here in Philadelphia where rain did not actually hit the stadium, but they did delay it for 30 minutes because of the threat of it. First pitch to Michael Harris is swung on and chopped back foul. It's 0-1. Harris walked his first time up and scored a run. The 0-1. Swung on and missed. Curveball down below the knees. It's 0-2. Aaron Nola, 55 pitches here in the third inning. Braves have not been known to do it, but if they could run his pitch count up, they could get back into that Philly bullpen. The 0-2. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to get all the way to the warning track, scooped up and fired in by Castellanos, but not before. Mr. Michael Harris, MH2, slides into base number 2 with a one-out double, keeps the train rolling. Six to 3 your score. Michael Harris stands at second with one out, and Orlando Arcia, who's been red hot, comes to the plate. The first pitch. Inside, 90 miles an hour. Try to bust him off a little bit, maybe keep him from reaching across the plate. And few of his hits these first 2 games have been off speeds that he's been able to hook into the corner. That may have been a purpose pitch, the 1-0. Swung on and chopped over towards short. Trey Turner backhands it, fires it over to first, but it is a dribbler. It's going to be an infield single. Impressive attempt by Turner just to get to the ball. It kept Harris from scoring, but he really had no shot of getting Arcia. Though Arcia is not the fastest of foot, he was throwing off his back foot and momentum heading towards the dugout. So that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud back up. d'Arnaud, his last time up, hit a 2-run double in the right field corner. The first pitch, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky. Camping underneath it is Castellanos. Tagging at second is Michael Harris, the second. He'll fly into third, and the Braves, runners on the corners, 2 outs. Jared Kelnick coming to the plate. Harris did a belly flop into the base. Tuiasosopo's got to do a better job of just telling him, hey, man, you don't need to slide. That throw was nowhere near him. So that'll bring Kelnick to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with an RBI single. First pitch to JK is a curveball, just misses. Nola wanted that call. It's 1-0. Knuckle curve to set him up. Righty lefty. The pitch. Curveball right there for a strike. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. does stand on deck. So you figure Kelnick's going to get something to hit here. He does not want to see Matata. The 1-1. Down below the knees, changeup misses, 2-1. Braves 6, Phillies 3, top of the third inning. Still a long way to go in this one. The 2-1 to Kelnick. Nola kicks, fires, swing, and that ball is rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves have taken a 7-3 lead. Orlando Arcia, running on contact, goes first to third, and we've got runners on the corners once again. And Acuna Matata coming to the plate. Love to see it. The Braves bats waking up early and often in this series. Took them a little while to get going. Pretty much their kryptonite is Zach Wheeler. They're not facing Zach Wheeler. This offense is one of the best, if not the best, you've seen in Major League Baseball in quite some time. That'll bring Acuna to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. digs in. The first pitch is a curveball. Good take by Ronnie. Off the plate wide, it's 1-0. If you're wondering, Nola's at 64 pitches. So though they have battered him around, they really have not. He really hasn't thrown that many pitches considering how many runs have been scored. Remember, Max Fried threw 43, 44 pitches in that 2/3 of an inning. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away. Good take, 2-0. He went knuckle curve, then tried to get him to chase the changeup. He's not giving him a fastball, that's for sure. Trying to get him to chase. Playing that mind game of, will he get too antsy and swing at something bad? The 2-0 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle, and it hit the mound and took a perfect turn to Turner, who scoops it, flips it to second, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put a couple more on the board. We'll be back in a flash. It's 7-3 good guys here in Philly.
Hey, I know y'all heard of fear of missing out, but I think I have the exact opposite. I call it fear of being included.
Oh, I could never take that long to do my makeup. I just do my makeup in 10 minutes and I go. I know, Karen. I know. I can tell.
So, Dad, you've been married for a while. What are the secrets?
You need to learn to read the signs.
The signs?
Yeah. Women have 5 deadly terms they use.
Deadly terms.
Number 1, fine. It's not fine. She's basically just ending the argument. She thinks she's won, and you might as well move on from that.
Okay.
Number 2, nothing. That definitely means something. No one knows what it is, but just be afraid.
All right.
Number 3, go ahead. Yeah, don't do that. She's not giving you permission. She's basically daring you to do it. Don't do it. Number 4, whatever. That's basically a woman's way of saying screw you. Number 5, that's okay. Yeah, it's not okay. And if you do it, you're going to pay later. So,
okay.
You know what I mean?
I'll keep those in mind then. So.
Hey, wait a minute. A bonus word. Wow. That's not a compliment like I first thought. That's actually her way of saying she didn't realize that someone could be so stupid.
Just outside the old Huntington Avenue ballpark, home of the Boston Pilgrims of the New American League, stood the Third Base Saloon, so called because it was the fans' last stop on the way home. Its owner was the bartender, Mike Magee, known as Nuff Said, because he was the final arbiter of all barroom disputes. His customers, Irish immigrants mostly, called themselves the Royal Rooters and considered themselves the most loyal of all Boston fans, though their loyalty was actually comparatively new. They had been National League fans until the National Leaguers raised ticket prices 2 years earlier.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Bryce Harper is a fastball right down the pipe. First strike, it's 0-1. Jesse Chavez is back out there. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. Chavez with a 4-run lead. They'll let Chavez go out there and pitch a little, try to bridge the gap to the back of the bullpen with Max Fried going out in the first inning. The 0-2, off the plate wide, 1-2. If you're just joining us, nothing wrong with Max. He just threw 44 pitches in the first inning, gave up 3 runs. Snicker got him out of there. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted high into left center field. That's going to get down, but not before Mr. Jared Kelenic makes a diving catch. Holy cow. What a defensive play by Kelenic. Kelenic is pumped, slapping his glove. Rightfully so. That was a perfect layout. That's going to be a Sports Center special listening on radio today. Don't worry, you'll see that one plenty. Wow. First pitch to Real Muto swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Talked about it in the preview shows, but one of the biggest differences between this year's left field and last year's left field is the defensive ability on a daily basis. The 0-1 down and away, 1-1. With Kelenic and now Adam Duvall, you don't lose a beat at all with Duvall coming in. So much more athletic than what Eddie Rosario brought to us on a daily basis. 1-1 misses down and in. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch off the plate wide, 3-1. 3-1 to Real Muto. Got to be careful here. Walked his first time up. Standing on deck is Alec Boehm. Braves lead at 7-3. Jesse Chavez at 25 pitches. The pitch. Swung on. That ball's belted. If it's fair, it's gone, and it is plenty fair and plenty gone. 7-4 your score. JT Realmuto continues to hit Braves pitching well. Yeah, that was one of the things that Kelenic was obviously defense doesn't struggle. That was one of the reasons why Anthopoulos brought him over. It wasn't just the fact that they thought he could do something with his bat more than what he did in Seattle, but also because he could bring the defensive presence. First pitch to Alec Boehm is off the plate wide. Curveball. For a ball, it's 1-0. Braves 7, Phillies 4, bottom of the third. Cutter misses outside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. 1 out, nobody on. Castellanos on deck. The 2-0. Swing and fouls it straight back, slaps it against the screen behind the backstop. It's 2-1. Jesse Chavez coming back into the fold, and Braves country couldn't have been happier. The 2-1 from Jesse. Swung on, grounded over towards short. Arcia's got it. Boom! There goes the out. It's 6-3. Put out, 2 away. Two down. Nick Castellanos coming to the plate. First pitch to Castellanos is a bender outside wide for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch just grabs the outer corner. Castellanos didn't like that one at all. The 1-1 pitch swung on, hit high and deep into left field. Making the catch just before the warning track is Jared Kelenic, who made an even unbelievable catch right before that. So Kelenic probably needs a little bit of a Powerade and a seat on the bench. We'll grab the bats. Heart of the order is coming to the plate.
Coming out of retirement for this one.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good." "There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?"
And he said, well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too.
Welcome back. Ozzie Albies leading off. First pitch to Ozzie is a swing and a miss strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Pitch may have just clipped the outer corner. The 0-1. Ozzie Albies with a 2-run home run in the first. As the Philly fans do Philly fans type things, are throwing balls onto the field. Rojas has to get it off the field and out of play, so a little bit of a time called. Braves 7, Phillies 4. Top of the fourth. Ozzie Albies from the left side, open stance. Takes the 0-1 well off the edge. Tried to get him to chase that changeup. 1-1. The 1-1. Nola kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Ozzie Albies is on once again. 1 on, nobody out. Leadoff single here in the fourth inning. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is swung on, grounded over to second, and Ozzie's going to be out. They're not going to throw it down to first. No chance to get Riley. Kind of an awkward throw that didn't really set Bryson Stott up to be able to throw it down to first, so he wisely held on to it. So Riley and Ozzie will switch spots. Top of the fourth inning. 1 out, and Matt Olson, who hit his first home run of the year last time up, just got it over the right field wall, comes to the plate. First pitch to Matt, off the plate wide. Four-seam fastball, 91 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Real quick look at the scoreboard. Cincinnati leads the Nationals 4-2 in the sixth. Kansas City 1-0 over the Twins in the seventh. Orioles are burying the hapless Angels. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. And Ron Washington, I know he wanted a manager job, but my God, that had to be the worst job available. Not only is that ownership in disarray, but you just lost Ohtani, and you're in that division with 3 really good teams. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Braves 7, Phillies 4. The 2-1. Swung on and hit over towards first. It's going to be a 1-6-3 inning-ending double play. Braves threaten to fail to score. Will go back to the bottom of the fourth. The bottom of the order for the Phillies due up.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Mike Schmidt batting .286, 10 homers. He's knocked in 29. He's tied for second in the league in home runs behind Eric Davis, who has 13 of them. Schmidt, Dawson, and Durham of the Cubs each have 10. 1-1 to Schmidt. Schmidt lifetime is hitting just .189 against Nolan Ryan. 7 hits and 37 at bats. 5 of those 7 hits have been home runs. Struck him out. First strikeout for Ryan. That's 2 down here in the first.
But, you know, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Babe, do you like my new nails?
Let me see them. Yeah, those are cool. I probably
You like the red?
I like the bubble bath ones better, but those are alright.
How do you know what bubble bath is?
What do you mean? Like, everybody knows that.
From who? Because I've never gotten those.
You haven't?
No. How do you know what those are? Who have you been hanging with?
What do you mean?
How do you know what those are?
No, I do like yours though. They look good.
Armchair.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through, from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
Welcome back. Braves lead this one 7-4, and they're going to send Jesse Chavez back out there for another inning of work. The first pitch from Jesse to Stott, who's 1 for 1. It's right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Jesse Chavez at 34 pitches. The 0-1 in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. Curveball missed inside. Thankfully, didn't hit Stott. Would have given him a free base, but not much wear. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. The Philadelphia Phillies had their leadoff batter on once again. 1 on, nobody out. Yeah, the Ron Washington thing, I think it was a deal where is the first pitch on the way to Merrifield is high and out of the zone, 1-0. Chavez might be running out of gas here. Second pitch he's thrown in this inning already that is just nowhere near the zone. The 1-0, righty, pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 2-0. Now, I don't know enough about his personal life. Does he have folks that live out there in Southern California? Did that play into it? But I really think he just wanted to manage again, and no one was giving him an opportunity. So he took a chance going to L.A. I also think he knows if it peters out and he decides he still wants to be in the game, he can go back to Atlanta and have a job. Little surprise, EY followed him. It's the 2-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. 2-1. The 2-1. Outside wide, 3-1. The pay is definitely higher for a Major League Baseball manager. So that's got a lot to do with it. Of course, he's leaving Georgia and going out to California, so the cost of living much higher out there. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Looked like he almost kind of fooled Merrifield. Merrifield kind of have a half-hearted swing there. 3-2. Full count. Tigers, by the way, held on and beat the White Sox 7-6 in extras. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and hit back up the middle off of Ozzy's glove. He's going to try to fire it over to first. He'll get Merrifield. Good rebound by Ozzy. He was over there, right place, right time. And had he was covering the bag because Stott was moving. It was almost a hit and run being put on. So Ozzy was over there. So when the ball went off his glove, he had a lot more time than you realize because normally he would have had to have traveled over there. Instead, they get the out, but the runner does move up 90 feet to second base in the scoring position. So that'll bring the number 9 hitter, Rojas, to the plate. Rojas takes the first pitch, inside cutter. Looked like it got the zone, but did not get the call. It's 1-0. Braves 7, Phillies 4. Chavez trying to keep them right where they're at. This would have to be his last inning, maybe his last batter. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. They haven't shown if the Braves have anybody working in the bullpen. But if Rojas were to get on, I can't imagine you'd want him to face Schwarber. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Out in front of that cover, it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The pitch. Swung on, grounded over towards Ozzie. Ozzie flips it over to first. And it's a 4-3 put out, 2 away. Runner moves from second to third. And Schwarber's coming to the plate. Trey Turner is on deck. Darno coming out there to talk to Jesse, and looks like Brian Snitker's going to bring in Matzik. The old night shift is heading back in here in Philadelphia. Try to put out this fire. We'll be back in just a moment.
People have asked me if I loved him. To be clear, he and I were not in love. I was just honestly very drunk, and probably in a more general sense at that time in my life, very bored.
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame.
Are you okay?
I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Let me tell y'all something. I don't know who needs to hear this, but I should have had kids. You know why? It's 6:30. I'm hungry as hell, and the meat is still frozen. I forgot to take it out the freezer, and I got nobody to be mad at but myself, okay? Now, if I had a kid, I would have had somebody to blame. I can't be wrong. I'm the only woman in this house. I got to put it on somebody. It's either the man or the kid. I ain't got neither one of them, and I'm just out here meatless. And meat just frozen. And so what I'm supposed to eat for dinner now, huh? A nap? I'm just gonna have slumber for supper? Is that what's happening over here now? Just gonna have a deep sleep for dinner, huh? That's what's on the menu today? God, I'm hungry. It ain't nowhere near to being defrosted. Well, I'm just supposed to take chunks of it like it's a popsicle? Ghetto.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Tyler Matzik comes in to face Kyle Schwarber, lefty-lefty matchup. 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Matzik comes set. The pitch. Off the plate wide. Slider misses. 93 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing! Pops it up. Can of corn. High in the sky. Underneath it. Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll camp under it in shallow right field, and that'll end the inning. So the Phillies threatened, but the night shift put them out. We'll be back in a flash. Ozuna leads us off.
Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It is not. Yeah, there's an old guy with a beard. There's little halflings that run around with sticks and pretend to be magicians. You got one guy that's got a ring and... Wait, the ring makes them disappear, but the other one's got a blanket. And they run around in the woods, and there's a magical creature that can make them fly.
It's not the
It's the same thing. How is it not the same thing?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a... Yeah, there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win.
The fundamental reason for the popularity of the game is the fact that it is a national safety valve. A young, ambitious, and growing nation needs to let off steam. Baseball serves the same purpose as a revolution in Central America or a thunderstorm on a hot day. A tonic, an exercise. Baseball is second only to death as a leveler. So long as it remains our national game, America will abide no monarchy, and anarchy will be too slow.
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves lead this one 7-4. Appreciate people smashing the like button. We're only 27 away from chopping that sign down. Righty-righty matchup. Aaron Nola versus Marcell Ozuna. Nola leads it off with the cutter up high in the zone. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 2. He's 0 for to start the season. Remember that long drought he had to start off 2023. The 0-1 right there for a strike. It's 0-2. He'd had a pretty good spring. That's the difference. Last year during the spring, he'd had a bad spring and then started off poorly in the first month of the season. The 0-2. Swung on and just got a piece of that to keep it alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Aaron Nola at 77 pitches. He's known as a workhorse, so he's probably not quite done yet. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 putout. Stott to Harper, one away. Real quick on your out-of-town scoreboard. Kansas City 1-0 over Minnesota in the 8th. Baltimore all over the Los Angeles Ron Washington's 12-1. Cincinnati 4, Washington 3. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Tampa Bay 3-0 over Toronto in the 7th. Pittsburgh 9-3 over Miami in the 7th. Cleveland 9-3 over Oakland in the 6th. The 1-0 pitch down and in, 2-0. Already in the books, Detroit beat the White Sox in extras, and Milwaukee went into Queens, beat the Mets, and they've started their season off 0-2. The 2-0 to Harris. Swing and a miss. Curveball. Just couldn't time that one up. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Sliced down the third base line. Out of play and foul. Going to try to squeeze some turn back times. And we missed yesterday, so we're going to do some of those as well. So the first few are from yesterday, and the last few are from today. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on that ball is sliced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Money Mike is on the bases once again. He is having himself a year so far. He's going to keep this up, and hitting sixes is going to be quite high enough. Good piece of hitting by Harris. Just took what he gave him to slice it out into left field. Pitching coach is going to go out there and talk to Nola. Or is that going to be? No, I'm sorry, that's Thompson out there making the pitching change. Couldn't tell with the jacket on. We will be back in a flash. Phillies making a pitching change here on Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
To left center. Can Andrew catch up with it? A diving catch ends the game!
Hit to deep right center field. Andrew Jones. Oh, good night. That's why that man's a Gold Glover. I mean, that saved 3 runs.
Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. McGee, 2024. He'd lean forth an inch. Closer and closer, we all came to see 25. Our pitchers were fearless, on the hill with no worries, backed by the greatest center fielder alive. Into the gap, ha, that's a laugh. Jones was faster than light. Andrew would dart more like an art, the crowd oohing and awing with sighs. Bombs from the plate, speed on the base, a swing, and a smile and big fly. But we came to gaze, and we're always amazed where Singles would go to die. We are back to the action. First pitch swinging, and Orlando Arcia has himself another base hit. It's a fastball on the outer edge, and he just shot it past the glove of Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper looked like he was kind of handcuffed a little bit, couldn't read it off the bat. By the time he dove and made the play, just went under his glove. Michael Harris, the second, had to hold up, so he's standing on second. Wasn't sure if Harris was going to make that catch. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. d'Arnaud takes a swing and a miss off the edge wide for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Ortiz, right-hander out of the pen. Husky right-hander lets her go, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Luis Ortiz, 28-year-old, out of Sanger, California, drafted by the Rangers in 2014. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped up the middle. It's going to be a 4-3 inning-ending double play. Stott was in the right place at the right time. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody as resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
A single scores at least 1, probably 2, with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a-ding-dong, zip, boom, bam, a 3-run shot shot makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Did you know that in the 1970s, a man left his house and walked to the Golden Gate Bridge and jumped off the bridge? When his loved ones went to his house, they discovered a note that said, "I'm walking to the Golden Gate. If one person smiles, I'm not going to jump." You don't know what other people are going through. Sometimes all that person needs is a warm smile from a stranger.
Armchair.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Robinson with a good lead. There he goes. He hits the dirt and he's safe.
Pull up a chair. Your home. Braves Country Radio. The classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Matzik will go back out there for a second inning. Wasn't sure if they were just going to bring him in early in the season like this. A lot of managers don't want guys to do an up-down in the pen. The 0-1 pitch to Turner swung on and roasted into left field just past the diving glove of Austin Riley. And Turner gets on to start the bottom of the fifth. Time for turn back time. On this date, 1935, the reigning National League champion St. Louis Cardinals released 44-year-old right-hander Dazzy Vance, who appeared in his first and only World Series in 1935 for the Gas House Gang. Future Hall of Famer returns to the Brooklyn Dodgers, where he spent the most productive years of his career. He went 197 wins and a 3.24 ERA. First pitch to Harper swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Lefty. The 0-1 swung on. That ball is ripped over to first. An atom ball, and Matt Olson will double up Turner. 2 away. Turner just did not have a prayer there. Olson, I mean, you couldn't throw it better to him. Turner kind of tried to hesitate, step him like he was going to avoid the tag. Olson couldn't help but kind of have a wry smile on that one. So 2 down. Way to kill that rally. First pitch to Real Muto, who hit a home run his last time up, is grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. On this date, 1954, the Cubs fire manager Phil Cavarretta after he told reporters the team had little chance to finish first in the division. The 36-year-old manager, who compiled a record of 169 and 213, becomes the first manager fired in spring training. The 0-1 pitch to JT Realmuto is swung on and roasted into left field. That'll get down for a base hit just past the diving glove of Arcia. Realmuto stands on first with 2 outs. Arcia slow to get up, but I think he was just readjusting the wristband or the armband that he has near his elbow. Appears to be okay. So that'll bring Alec Boehm to the plate. First pitch to Boehm from Matzik is a fastball, just kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. You imagine that getting fired during spring training? Well, you know, that happens when the brass finds out that you told reporters that the fans might as well give up not buying any tickets. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, lifted high down the line, deep into right field. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr., and we'll head to the 6th. 7-4 your score. The Braves clinging to the lead in Philly.
I do, in fact, around and find out. I have, in fact, learned every lesson the hard way.
Movie theaters
are failing because literally no one goes and sees movies anymore. And I think there's a few reasons for this. I think, number one, no one makes good movies anymore. Number two, it's so damn expensive. And number three, you can just watch the movie on Amazon or Hulu or Netflix in like a week. But I think I have the greatest solution ever for movie theaters. Bro, these movie theaters need to start showing live sports games. Could you imagine if a movie theater played March Madness basketball games? Number one, the screens are massive, so you can play like 4 different college basketball games all at the same time on the same screen. Number two, they already have everything a sports fan will want. They have beer and they have food. And could you imagine if they made like all-day passes for March Madness? Like $20 to get in, it's $10 beer pitchers, and then you could like rotate through the different movie theaters and watch all of the different games. Like, it would be so sick, and they would make so much money from doing that.
David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day. They can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan, that needs the game at that level.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Thank you for smashing that like button. We're up over the 100 mark, the century mark, so we'll go ahead and take that sign down. Ortiz is back out there on the mound. The first pitch to Jared Kelenic. JK, who's 2 for 2 on the day, takes the first bender right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rocks and fires inside, misses. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch swung on and sliced into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Jared Kelenic is 3 for 3. How about that? Big slump in the spring. Funny how you get out of these slumps when they go up and get Adam Duvall out of the roster. Adam Duvall, when he signed up, figured he was going to get a lot of playing time quick. The kid wasn't figuring it out. Kelenic, love that at bat right there, by the way. That was a curveball on the outer edge, and he went with it and slapped it into left field. Didn't try to do too much. So runner on first, nobody out. First pitch on the way to Acuna is sliced foul back behind home plate. It's 0-1. Atlanta Braves, 7. Philadelphia Phillies, 3. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. Talked about this yesterday, but both these teams, 2 of the older teams in baseball, Braves starting their 154th season, Phillies 142nd. Way back when, this was the Red Stockings versus the Quakers. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Ronald Acuna Jr. will stand on first. The JK Kid will be at second. And we got runners on first and second. Nobody out. And Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting. They're going to go out there and talk to Ortiz. Thompson. They got the trainer out there talking to him, but I think these are some games. He's getting slapped around, so they're going to do a panic move, bring him out, and that means that the right-hander will have time to warm up Dominguez because they did not foresee this. So you might see a ghost IL stint for Ortiz. Didn't look like he was favoring anything. I could be wrong. We'll be back in a flash.
Okay, first of all, I didn't miss the red flags. I looked at them and thought, damn, that's sexy. And that's my problem.
Are you an adult? Yeah. And it's almost winter? Yeah. Introducing Being Kinda Sick. What's that? You thought winter would be full of holiday spirit and joy, but instead you're just kinda sick for months straight and can't figure out why. Am I sick or am I not sick? I don't get it. Neither. You're kinda sick. What? With Being Kinda Sick, you can be slightly congested all the time, have a cough that comes and goes, and randomly have a sore throat for no reason. And don't forget to have your excuse ready. Dude, are you sick? No, I think it's just the season change. Please get away from me. I don't know what's going on. I'm not fully sick, but I don't really feel good either. I guess my body's finally falling apart. Try it today.
Hitting is not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? Or you want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
In 6 games.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis was brought in as an authority figure, somebody who looked the part. This great granite face, shock of white hair. Looked like Jupiter in a very bad mood.
Born in Millville, Ohio, Landis was named for the Civil War battlefield on which his father had lost his leg. As a judge, he had once sentenced an aging bank robber to 15 years in jail. Your Honor, the man said, I'm 72 years old. I can't serve that long. Landis replied, well, do the best you can.
Welcome back. This date, 1973. Oakland A's owner Charlie Finley, who was quite a character, his orange-colored balls are used in an 11-5 exhibition game, Oakland versus the Indians. Major League Baseball drops the novel concept after Cleveland outfielder George Hendrick claims he had difficulty picking up the ball due to the lack of the red seams on a white sphere. George Hendrick that day hit 3 home runs, so I don't know if he had that much of a difficulty seeing it. I saw an interview with him years ago. I think it was last summer I saw it. Finley was on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, showing him the ball that he was trying to get approved. It was pretty wild looking ball. It was orange. It was almost like Tennessee orange with like red. It had the red seams, but I think what the player was trying to say, they needed like white seams on there to be able to see it. Finley's idea was because he thought you could pick it up better at night, and so many teams had gone to primarily night games. That was his thought process. I mean, and I'm glad they didn't go to that because it looked really awful. Like he's holding it, and I understood his theory, but all I could think of is that looked like some kind of, rec league softball team type of ball. So runners on first and second. Dominguez is the pitcher, excuse me. He'll face Ozzie Albies, fires the first pitch, 96 miles an hour, misses up high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The pitch. Outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. On this date in 2009, the Yankees dedicated a 9/11 memorial at the entrance of Steinbrenner Field, the spring training home of the Tampa Bay, in Tampa of the New York Yankees. The 2-0 pitch is right there for a strike. It's 2-1. The tribute to the victims and their families after the 9/11 attacks is the 2-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play, 2-2. Features a foundation in the shape of the Pentagon, which supports 2 towers made from steel from the World Trade Center, placed on a grassy spot representing the field, that Pennsylvania field that United Flight 93 crashed into. The 2-2 pitch is swung on, hit high, deep down the right field line. Foul. Do it again. The 2-2 pitch swung on, chop foul down the first base line. Do it again, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The pitch. Swung on, golfed high and deep. That is going to get plenty out of play. Two on, nobody out. The pitch swung on and lifted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Kelnick. He'll come around to score, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 8-4 lead. Ronald Acuna Jr. goes first to third on the single. We've got runners on the court, on the corners, and nobody out. I think I missed it earlier. I do apologize, Diane. I didn't see that you signed up for the country club, so let's go ahead and hit that. Welcome to the country club. So we got runners on the corners, nobody out, and the infield is in. The first pitch to Riley is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's interesting in a high-scoring game that they've got the infield in because, man, this game could blow wide open. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 outer edge. It's 1-1. Strangely enough, just reading the tea leaves from the two locker rooms, even though Philly has gotten the better of Atlanta the last 2 years in the playoffs, the 1-1 pitch is a swing and a miss strike, but on the play, Ozzie Albies steals second base. He caught everybody napping with the infield drawn in. They weren't holding Ozzie. He took advantage. Good base running by the Oz. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. But reading the tea leaves from the two locker rooms before and after the game and even leading up to the series, though Philadelphia has gotten the better of Atlanta in the playoffs, you could tell as the 2-2 pitch is swung on, hit over to third, a soft liner scooped by Bohm, and there's one away. You could tell that the Phillies were really, this series meant more to them than it did the Braves because many of them mentioned how they are tired of looking up at Atlanta in the standings. So that might have something to do with the way Thompson is managing this game. First pitch on the way to Olsen is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves 8, Philly 4. The pitch. Inside, hits Olsen on the hand. And he'll head on down to first. Or are they going to say that hit the bat handle? That might have hit the bat handle. Well, you would have liked to have the free base, but honestly, I'm just glad it didn't hit Olsen in the hand. You don't need him getting injured. Man, that was so close. It's really hard to tell. He didn't argue it, so you have to go with it. The 0-2 pitch, down and in, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty-lefty the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him strike 3. 98 miles an hour right in his kitchen, and there's 2 away. So the infield will back up now. Braves were unable to take advantage of that, and Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Howdy to everybody in the chat. Hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday evening. Don't believe we're going to do the post-game show today with the Final Four going on, and it gets getting a late start. Post-game show. We're normally doing one after every game, but I don't think we'll do it tonight. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. I'm doing all I can just to get this game in. We get prior plans, but hoping it works out. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runners on second and third. A broken bat, a bleeder, anything would score 2 with the speed on the pass. The pitch. Swung on. That ball's hit high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramma-lamma, ding-dong. A 3-run shot. And your Atlanta Braves have taken a 11-4 lead. That ball was yanked and cranked. A mighty smack over the track, and the Braves have blown this puppy wide open 11-4. How about that? Marcell Ozuna hit that, and he stared at it. I think he knew that was either gone or was going to get caught at the wall because it wasn't hit hard, but it was hit far. Just got over the wall. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. He'll take a 4-seam fastball inside for a ball. It's 1-0. It's good to see Ozuna get that early hit, that early home run, so we don't have a replay of last April. The 1-0 to Harris, swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. On this date in 2001, Dwight Gooden decided to end his career with the Bronx Bombers. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, fouled back. It's 1-2. Announced his retirement for baseball. The Doctor, or Doc Gooden as he was known, compiled a 194 and 112 record with 16 seasons for the Mets, Yankees, Indians, Astros, and Devil Rays. The 1-2 misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. And on this date, this is a big one in the history of baseball. How about this? After 43 years, Charlie Brown's character finally hits a home run in the Peanuts comic strip. The 2-2 just misses outside wide. Real Muto wanted that one. Full count. Almost 10% of the nearly 18,000 Peanuts strips created by Charles Schultz focused on Charlie Brown playing baseball. The 3-2 pitch is fouled off the, looked like the instep of Harris. It's either that or it got him on the leg, on the thigh or knee area. Appears to be okay. And that's your turn back time for March 30th in Major League Baseball. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back, swatted into the seats. So a full count. Top of the sixth, the Braves 11, the Phillies 4. Wind starting to blow in. Dark clouds. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. But not before your Atlanta Braves take an 11-4 lead off of the 3-run jack by Marcell Ozuna.
How'd you like to go out for dinner on Friday? Just you and me.
Why?
Because you're my wife?
I was your wife last Friday and we didn't go to dinner.
Mary, I'm asking you on a date.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Sure.
All right, then.
If you did something stupid, I'm going to find out.
A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankees system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the 3rd round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
I'm glad I played in the 80s because it was more that you could feel and hold and grab, and sometimes it'd be low in scoring games, but sometimes you score 130 points, so you didn't know going in what kind of game it was going to be.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead it 11-4. Pierce Johnson comes into the game. The right-hander will face Castellanos to lead things off. The first pitch is a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Saw it off out of play. It's 0-1. Atlanta Braves scored early and often in this one. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and dropped into center field, down for a base hit. It's a leadoff single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Good piece of hitting by Castellanos. Just took that fastball and drilled it the other way. So that'll bring up Bryson Stott to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. He's 2 for 2. The first pitch is a curveball at the knees on the outer edge. It's 1-0. These same two teams back at it tomorrow. Chris Sale, as the 0-1 pitch is swung on, grounded over towards short. It's going to be a 4-6-3 rally killing double play. Ozzie to Arcia to Olsen. How about that? Did you see that happen? Someone wanted his rally to So 2 down. The right-handed bat of Merrifield will come to the plate. First pitch, off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Chris Sale, the birthday boy today. Matt Olson, the birthday boy yesterday. He turned 30. The 1-0 pitch, outside wide 2-0. Happy birthday to Matt Olson. 230 home runs, 615 RBI, and a 29 WAR, 873 OPS heading into this season. Chris Sale, 35 years old today. The 47 WARs, the 2-0 pitch misses high and inside. Curveball had Merrifield dancing out of the way. It's 3-0. Sale, the 47 WAR and 120 wins, a 3.1 ERA, and 2,189 strikeouts in his career. 3-0, right there for a strike, 3-1. Other birthdays in Braves country, Brian Jordan turned 57 years old yesterday. 65 home runs for the Braves from 99 to 2001. The 3-1 pitch. Inside Buzz the Tower misses Merrifield, but he'll take the base. Ball 4. Another ex-Brave, a Boston Brave, the great Cy Young. He was born on this date. He has the highest WAR of anyone born on this date. 163.6 WAR. 511 wins to his name. He had 4 wins for the Braves in 1911, so we'll claim him. First pitch to Rojas is a curveball. Down below the knees for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 just misses high, 2-0. Alex Bregman turned 30 years old today. Houston Astros shortstop, 165 home runs. Non-Braves having birthdays these past couple of days. The 2-0 pitch, right there, first strike, curveball taken all the way, 2-1. Denny McLain, who won 31 of his 131 games in 1968, bringing home the MVP and Cy Young. He had 3 wins for the Braves in 72. The 2-1 pitch swung on. Chopper back to the mound. PJ's got it, flips it over to Olsen. That'll end the inning. A 1-3 put out, and the Atlanta Braves head to the 7th. 11-4 your score.
I think we should use the manual. I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
Remember those sweet, warm New England summers? Remember sipping lemonade underneath a shady tree? Remember when you hit that pedestrian with your car at the crosswalk and then just drove away? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Maybe I'm the problem. Nah, that doesn't even sound right. Stay woke in these streets.
This girl is checking me out.
No, she's not.
Oh, she's definitely smiling.
Wow, she's cute.
Right.
And smiling at the guy who just walked in.
Maybe it's her brother.
They are the same height. That is a long hug.
Maybe their father died. I mean...
Why would they be smiling?
Because they inherited money.
Okay.
How lucky am I?
Oh.
Why would they kiss?
Maybe he's trying to make you jealous.
Well, it is working.
Okay.
Now they're leaving together. What's that?
She's sending mixed signals. I'll give you that.
I cannot be with people who play games like this.
Very childish.
Dad, guess which is it? Is it NBA or NFL? 36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud. 19 have been accused of writing bad checks. 117 have directly or indirectly been bankrupted at least 2 businesses. 3 have done time for assault. 71 cannot get a credit card due to their bad credit. 14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting. 21 currently are defendants in lawsuits. And how many of you think NBA? How many of you think NFL? Well, the answer is neither. It's the 435 members of the United States Congress.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest managers. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back. Just a couple more birthdays. We head on here to the 7th inning. A couple of birthdays we were not able to get to yet. Billy Bean turned 62 years old. And I think we already talked about Denny McLain. He turned 80. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. He's going to face Junior Marte. Marte was in the game yesterday when the game got out of hand, and here he is again. So he looks like he's going to be the mop-up role guy for Philadelphia. First pitch misses down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside wide. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Roasted down the left field line, but foul. Just left of the third base bag. Orlando Arcia has really come out the gate swinging early this year. He's 3 for 3 today with a double. Pitch on the way. The 2-1 is foul back out of play. It's 2-2. Really is a loaded lineup, but when you get Arcia hitting as well, the 2-2 pitch grounded over towards short. Trey Turner's got it, flips it over to first. And it's a 6-3 put out to start the 7th. And then Kelnick coming alive as well. We're going to miss Sean Murphy, no doubt, behind the plate, but if they can pick up everybody in the offense, the bottom half of the order, this Braves team is going to be clicking. First pitch to Darnold is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Not worried about Max Fried with his bad outing today. I mean, this is the first game of the season. A lot of pitchers, especially with the chilly weather, he just didn't have it today. The 1-0, down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. And if memory serves correct with Max Fried, it always seems like it takes him a few starts to really get going. He'll be fine when he gets that warm weather in Atlanta. The 2-0 pitch, fisted high, can of corn. Who wants it? Bohm will make the catch just behind the pitcher's mound, 2 away. Monday's game is a 2:10 first pitch. I am going to be rushing home from work, and the hope is that I get here by the first inning or the second. It is going to be breakneck speed to be able to get here in time for first pitch, but I don't get off work until about that time. As soon as I get here, I'll fire her up and we'll get the game going. That's the only game that on the schedule that's going to be an issue the entire season. First pitch to Kelnick is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, swing and a miss over the top, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Jared Kelnick, 3 for 3. Pitch down and away, 2-1. Jared Kelnick, 24 years old, from Wisconsin, was drafted by the Mets, number 6 pick overall in 2018. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss over the bender, inside, 2-2. He was traded to Seattle in that trade that sent Diaz, the closer, to the Mets. And Kelnick just could never quite get things going in Seattle. And he had a stretch last year where he was hitting well. He broke his foot in frustration after an at-bat. Broke his foot on I believe it was a cooler in the dugout, where he kicked it. The 2-2 pitch is fouled down the line. Much like the way Huascar Ynoa broke his hand punching that bitch in Milwaukee back in 2021. The 2-2 to Kelnick, outside wide. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. They said he did not. 3-2. All eyes will be on Los Angeles tonight. It's a late start for the first pitch. I believe it's 9:10, but Yamamoto goes back to the mound. 3-2 pitch is fouled off again over the third base side. Out of play, we'll do it again. Yamamoto will try to drop his 45 ERA. $325 million. I can't imagine they're too worried, but you know Dodger fans are a little concerned. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 96 miles an hour, couldn't quite catch up. When you give $325 million to a 25-year-old who's never pitched in the league and he gets bombed in the first outing, you're going to get a little worried. Kelnick takes ball 4 and he'll head on down to first base. Two outs. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna. 3 for 4, 3 singles. He takes a hack at the first pitch and grounds it over to short. Turner's got it, flips it over to Stott at second. 6-4 putout, and that'll end the inning. It is time for the 7th inning stretch here in Braves country, y'all. Get up and stretch.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. We are to the ball. We are to the find me something
Welcome back. Got a new pitcher in the game, Dylan Lee. Dylan Lee misses the first pitch to Schwarber for a ball, four-seam fastball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, fouled back out of play, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The Braves lead it 11-4, bottom of the 7th inning. These same two teams at it tomorrow. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle. Over to Schwarber. Over to Olsen. Schwarber is out. A 4-3 putout. Good play by Ozzie. Thought about charging it, and then he camped right there and waited for the grounder to come to him. The slow-footed Schwarber, there's one away. First pitch on the way to Turner. Misses for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 swing and a miss by Turner on Lee. Evens up the count at 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Slider misses just below the knees. Braves 11, Phillies 4. The Braves really have brought it today. The offense, as the pitch misses high and out of the zone, the 2-1, now 3-1. We got things going early 3-1 pitch swung on, popped up high over by the third base dugout, just bends backwards. We'll do it again. 11-4 your score. 11 runs, 17 hits for the Braves. 4 runs, 7 hits for Philadelphia. The Braves scored 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third, then 4 in the sixth. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and sliced that foul and out of play. The Braves got home runs by Ozzie Albies, Matt Olson, and Marcell Ozuna, the big one, the 3-run blast. The 3-2 pitch, down and in, ball 4. So Turner will go down to first. 1 on, 1 out. Lando Arcia had a double along with Travis d'Arnaud. One on, 1 out, and Bryce Harper to the plate. Braves lead it 11-4. The pitch swung on, grounded hard over to first. It is going to be a 3-6 double play. Matt Olson got the hard chopper, stepped on the bag, fired it down to first, and that will end the inning. Great defensive play by Olson. Good tag applied by Arcia. We'll be back in a flash heading to the 8th.
Hurry now.
What?
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 What was that?
What?
Well, you're standing, breathing, and smoking, so the other thing.
Spitting?
Some barefaced, uncultivated version of it, yes.
What, you never seen someone spit before?
Yes. An inexcusably obese man in the batter's box at a Blue Jays game.
But you never seen a girl spit before?
Yes. A 6-year-old after consuming an insect in her ice cream cone.
But you don't think girls should spit?
I don't say what girls should do.
But you don't like it when girls spit?
Preferably not within my line of sight, earshot, and in a perfect world, ever.
You hungry?
Am I hungry?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm immediately concerned that sensation may never reestablish itself. But what a ride it's been.
What's your best pitch?
My best pitch is a strike. A sinking fastball down and away from a right-handed hitter. Thereby, he thinks it's a good pitch. The last minute it sinks. He hits the top half of the ball, and he hits a ground ball one away. And you do that 3 times or 27 times in a ball game, make perfect sinkers, you'll get 27 outs. Unless the hitters are smart, and then what they do is they know it's a sinker, they get up and they drive the ball to right center field, and then you got to run at third in less than 2 outs. So they bring the infield in, and you don't want them to hit a sinker now. You got to strike them out. So then you go to a cross-seam fastball, which I don't have.
The idea of community, the idea of coming together, we're still not good at that. We talk about it a lot. In moments of crisis, we're magnificent at it. At those moments, we understand community, helping one another. Baseball, you do that all the time. You can't win it alone. It is a community activity. You need all 9 people helping one another. I love bunt plays. I love the idea of the bunt. I love the idea of the sacrifice. Even the word is good. Giving yourself up for the good of the whole. That's Jeremiah. That's thousands of years of wisdom. The Bible tried to do that and didn't teach you. Baseball did.
Welcome back. Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead it 11-4, heading to the top of the 8th. Gregory Soto will get some action. He's being viewed as one of the big left-handers that they're bringing in for the bullpen this year. There's mixed reviews on Soto. Supposedly every manager loves having him on his team and loves deploying him, but if you look at the numbers and the hard hit rate, doesn't really add up, but he does bring it. Pitch on the way from Soto is a slider down and away, 88 miles an hour. It's 1-0. And though it's always been proven that it's a lower bar for left-handers and right-handers because there's so few and far between in Major League Baseball. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. Nice spinning play by Stott. Regains himself, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out. One away. Yeah, that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley takes it inside for a ball, 1-0. But because there's so few and far between left-handers, is the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep into left center field. That's going to get in the gap, and Austin Riley's going to round first, cruise on into second base. It's a one-out double for your Atlanta Braves. That slider didn't slide, and Austin Riley pounded it into the gap. That's gone in a lot of stadiums. He did it one of the deepest parts, just right of the 387 sign, just left of the 409. First pitch to Matt Olson, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Real quick on the out-of-town scoreboard. Cleveland 12-3 over Oakland, and that game is a final. The 1-0's fouled off. It's 1-1. Texas and the Cubs, they're just underway. 0-0 in the first. San Fran and San Diego are just starting to warm up, along with Yankees and Houston. Colorado and Arizona begin a little later at 8 o'clock as the 1-1's right there for a strike. It's 1-2. Yamamoto and the Dodgers take on the 0-2 Cardinals, 9-10. Boston, as the 1-2 pitch is fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Boston and Seattle, 9:40 first pitch. Saw that Rafael Devers was scratched with a shoulder injury last night. Is the 1-2 pitch fouled out of play? Do it again. I never did see the end all, the beats all on that as far as if he's heading to the IL or something. That's a rough. That is by far and away the best offensive weapon they have on that team. A team that's going to have to score a lot of runs to win games. That's a tough break after the first day. So a 1-2 count. Lefty, lefty. Pitch on the way. Down and away, 2-2. We started 2 new shows here on Braves Country Radio for fans outside of the Braves market. Reds Country and Red Sox Country Radio. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. Those will be coming your way essentially every other Saturday, all baseball season long. Longtime contributors of the station. Is the pitch on the way to Olson, swung on, lifted high, not very deep, making the catch in center field and flipping it down to shortstop to keep O'Reilly at bay. There's 2 away. The fans are heading to the exits with it being 11-4 and it's starting to rain. The first pitch to Ozuna misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to first. Harper backhands it. After it comes off his glove, he'll scoop it, flip it, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 11-4.
Maybe I'm the problem. Nah, that doesn't even sound right. Stay woke in these streets.
Major League Baseball pitcher Brady Singer's mom reading the letter he sent her just before Christmas.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Dear Mom and Dad, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done to help me reach my dreams. From Woodley Field to Kaufman's. There's absolutely no way I could have done all this by myself. Both of you constantly took off of work and spent every dime you made just to put a smile on my face. My smile and appreciation for both of you has never stopped, and it never will. I will always remember traveling around Florida for baseball, trying to cheaply eat and save money, but I never could because you both always wanted me to have the best stuff to help me pursue my dreams. The money you both spent on traveling, gear, hotel, food, and all of those Gatorades I drank is much more than I could ever give you, but there was something I want to give to you. I am paying off the loan from the bank. Also, I paid off all your debt as well. What? Now, instead of trying to save money every weekend to replace the savings account you drained on traveling to play baseball, you can spend it on yourselves. Because you deserve the very best, I want you both to know how much I appreciate you and how none of this would be possible without you. Your giving hearts helped to shape my tiny dream into a reality. I love you both more than you could ever imagine and will never forget what you both have done. Now let's go celebrate. Merry Christmas. Love always, Brady.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
Welcome back. Dylan Lee's going to go out there and get another inning of work. The Braves lead this one 11-4. Rain continues to come down. You know the umps don't want to do a rain delay after a delayed start to this to begin with. We were delayed 30 minutes. Game started at 4:30. First pitch to Real Muto is laced down the line foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lee comes set. The pitch. Right there, top of the zone. Slider, 0-2. They can get Dylan Lee back rocking and being a steady hand the front part of that pen. Matzik looked good again today. He's looked good all spring. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the slider. Down and in. Good pitch by Lee. One away. It's the great thing about Lee is that his stuff, along with Matzik, his stuff is just as lethal against righties as it is lefties. That'll bring Bohm to the plate. Bohm swings at the first pitch, rolls it over to third. Riley's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. There's 2 away. Braves 11, Phillies 4. No post-game show today because of the rain delay, and we got somewhere we have to be. We're going to be cutting it close, but it looks like we're going to get this game in after all. Didn't foresee the rain delay earlier. The first pitch on the way to Castellanos is a swing and a miss at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Monday, Braves will head to Chicago to face the White Sox. We'll have it right here, pitch by pitch, play by play. Hope to be here by the second inning. It is opening day in Chicago, so they may be a little late getting started, which would help a lot. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, off the edge. It's 0-2. That's the only game that I see in the entire schedule is going to be an issue getting here in time. The 0-2 pitch. Down and in, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Yeah, I don't know how well Shoeless Joe Jackson would hit if you could let him back in baseball, but I'm all for it, Russell. The 1-2 pitch swung on and soft liner to Ozzie. That is going to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Let's head on to the 9th inning with that 11-4 lead, Braves country.
I like it when people try to insult you by being like, you're not even that hot. Like, yeah, no dude. I'm mediocre looking, not completely clueless. You think if I was above average in appearance, I'd be this dope? No, rarely happens.
I can say that, there's been this news article about men that think that they could beat Serena Williams in tennis, right? That they think that they could actually score a point on her. And it's just not the case. She is stronger than that.
Both Serena and Venus lost to the 203rd ranked male tennis player, which they're phenoms for women. My experience, my husband, he swam at University of Kentucky as well. In terms of accolades and in terms of national ranking, I was a much better swimmer than him. He could kick my butt any day of the week.
We must protect women's sports at all costs.
Armchair.
Baby, I just got one thing to say. If you see me and you know me on a professional level, mind your business here. I clocked out. What you seeing ain't got to do with you. Okay?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Lopez, managing the Indians in the 50s, was going to come down the home stretch using just 3 pitchers. And someone told Stengel about this, and he said, well. He said, I heard it couldn't be done, but it don't always work. He came on the bench one day. There was a fellow named Bob Serve, big, powerful hitter. And Stengel came out of the clubhouse and sat down, and Serve was sitting about 10 feet away from him, just looking out at the field. And Stengel looked over at him and said, there's not many people that know this, but one of us has been traded to Kansas City.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Connor Brogdon is in for the Phillies. Right-hander came in yesterday, got kind of bounced around, so they're going to try to get him some more work. He's set to face Michael Harris II, Arcia, and Travis d'Arnaud. The first pitch to Harris is swung on, belted high and deep, going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Holy cow. Holy Toledo. That ball was a moonshot, and you're Atlanta Braves. Jackpot, baby. It's 12-4. That is the third one we've hit today that has just gotten over the wall. And all puns intended here on Braves Country Radio. That one brought rain. I mean, it was a skyscraper. Just got over the wall. Braves lead at 12-4. Lando Arcia. First pitch for a strike after fouling off his own ball. The 0-1. We go to Chicago for 3. So it's kind of a weird series. The 1-1 pitch is outside wide, 2-1. So we go to Chicago for 3, and it's a day game because it's their opening day on a Monday, a night game at 7:40. It's a 2-1 pitch to Arcia's high, 3-1. Followed up by another day game, 2:10. So it's 2:10, 7:40, and 2:10. Like I said, Monday's the only issue we've got coming home from work. It's going to be a close one. This is a 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top, 3-2. But we should get here by the first, second inning, and I'll be already ready, set, and ready to rock. Won't do our intro, obviously, because I'm not going to put an intro on you when the game's already going. First pitch on the way to Arcia, misses outside wide, or the 3-2 pitch way to Arcia, misses outside wide. Ball 4, Orlando Arcia will head on down first. 1 on, nobody out here in the ninth. The only bad thing came of this entire game was Max Fried. He got bounced early. Rough first inning, couldn't get out of it. And after that many pitches, I know they would have loved to have had him go back out there, especially you see the score now. You'd love to go out there and get some more work. But you just worry about putting too many pitches on a guy's arm this early in the season in one inning. The first pitch to Travis d'Arnaud is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, check swing foul, 0-2. So assuming this game stays the way it is, the Braves will start this season out with a 2-game lead over the Phillies, over the Mets, over the Nationals, and a 2-game lead, or 2.5-game lead over the Marlins. How about that? The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, popped up high into right field, camping underneath it, making the catch is Castellanos, and there's one away. And obviously it's too early to be paying attention to the standings, but when you get a 2-game lead, 2 games in the season on the entire division, I don't know. It's kind of fun. Appreciate it pushing buttons. First pitch on the way to Kelnick. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kelnick 3 for 3 with the walk. Down and in, 2-0. Plus, if you're just joining us, he made an incredible catch in left field at a critical time in the game where he had to lay out. He was horizontal and caught it from going into the gap. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Considering that Eddie Rosario was nominated for a Gold Glove last year, Jared Kelnick may run away with it in left field. I mean, that was an impressive play. Don't get me wrong, Eddie's made a few plays over his career, but he was never consistently that good. The 2-1 pitch is fouled back off. It's 2-2. And you got that, and you got Adam Duvall as his backup. He'll probably get the start tomorrow against the lefty. Man, if we can just stay healthy, this team is set. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is chopped up the middle. Should be a 6-3 inning-ending double play. It is. Hard hit ball, but right in the worst spot you could do it. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. The Braves lead it by 8 in Philadelphia. How about that?
What was your unsupervised childhood activity that definitely should have killed you?
I used to fart in the pool and try to go underwater and sniff it.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback, the all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
I love you, Rihanna.
I don't know you love me. You don't love nobody. You love your own self. Come on, love you. And sorry. You don't say nobody you sorry.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorate. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily amended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves are going to try to get some work for Raziel Iglesias. Eyeglasses coming in. As he is set to face the bottom of the lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies with a 12-4 lead. First pitch on the way is swung on and lifted into left field. Oh, just off the glove, the diving glove of Kelenic. Stott is going to race towards second base and a wide throw. Good defensive play by Olsen, backing up the play, keeps that from being worse than it is. Kelenic almost with two incredible diving plays in the outfield. This one was in front of him. He had to reach out, and it just goes off his glove. Let's see the replay on that. I just mistimed it. Hit him in the heel. I thought maybe he got jarred when he hit the ground, but just missed it. Good effort, though, and he kept the ball in front of him. First pitch on the way to Merrifield is swung on, hit over towards short. Arcia goes over to third, gets Stott, who was going from second to third. He'll be tagged out, and there's one away. Sure, Stott was a little surprised by that with the 12-8 lead. Normally you would go to first, but Arcia, hey, he's got his pitchers back, wanted to make sure that he didn't give up a cheap run. So that'll bring the number 9 hitter Rojas to the plate, 92 miles an hour, just below the knees. For a strike, it's 0-1. Oh, 1-0, excuse me. The 1-0. Swung on, pops it up. Can of corn. Ozzie Albies drifts over. The Wiz makes it 2 away. So 2 down. I think you got to give the game ball today. Man, that is a tough one. I tell you what, even though Ozuna hit that 3-run home run and Ozzie did what, I'm going to give it to Jared Kelenic. That defensive play he made in the 3-for-3, that was, there's so many that you could give it to. Sure wasn't Max Fried. First pitch on the way to Schwarber is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1, swing and a miss over the top, 0-2. Phillies down to their last strike. Runner at first took the base at second, so it's defensive indifference. No stolen base there. But I think I'm going to give the game ball to Jared Kelenic. Newcomer with the 3 hits and 0-2 pitch, misses outside wide 1-2. The great defensive play. You could make the argument for a few guys in the pen, especially Jesse Chavez, came in and did yeoman's work. When we were on the ropes and Max Fried had gotten knocked out, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hit them eyeglasses out. The Atlanta Braves win 12-4. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. No post-game show today. Saturday night, got prior commitments, and we know March Madness is on. We know y'all want to get to that. Appreciate everyone who stuck around. Please hit that like and subscribe button on your way out. If you're not a member yet, become a Country Club member today. We'll be back at it. Tomorrow we got the Sunday Fun Day chat up for you. Monday, Braves, White Sox. We begin the series in Chicago. Your Atlanta Braves win it 12-4, and they're 2 games up on the entire division and 2 games into the season. How about that? Have a great one, Braves country.